The first council, we have Mrs. Holmes, Director of Finance. Would you please provide us with your presentation? Thank you. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Well, we've got a couple of relatively long days together, and I hope it'll be as painless as it can be. So today, we're going to continue our conversation that we started last year. As you know, our financial plans are somewhat a living document in that we start with the years 2 to 5 of last year's plan. That forms the basis for the first 4 years of this year. Okay.
It's the crane. He's lifting something up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe we had some spooky side
No
effects or
emergency, yeah.
something here. Yeah. A Halloween themed financial plan. Yes, that would be best. Yep. Is that better? Okay. So we've got last year's year 2 to 5 in as years 1 to 4 of this year as a starting point, but then staff has gone through and updated amounts relative to current costing and current service levels. And so this will be the core financial plans, meaning it's the services that were provided in 2024, costed at new prices and adjusting for different increases in population or service levels that are as a result of previous decisions by council. For your information, the 2024 to 2028 amended financial plan will also be coming to you within the next couple of weeks. And so that's also something that is looking at tweaks to the 2024 numbers as a result of decisions made in the current year. We're getting an earlier start this year, which means that some of the numbers that are shown in the financial plan are still somewhat fluid in that we're doing our best guess on the numbers. The year-to-date numbers reflect just that, year-to-date. And so those aren't full year actuals, but provide an indication of how the year has gone so far. And our finance manager, Marley, will be providing you with further information on what has happened in the current year as part of the meeting today. And the other thing to keep in mind is those year-to-date amounts are unadjusted. As you know, at year end, we do a bunch of adjustments relative to different things that might be carried forward and that type of thing. So we'll be providing council updated information as we go through this process as numbers change or things come up. Right now, we've made our best guess on those forecasted amounts. So we're going to go through some of the financial plan process, a report on activities year to date for 2024. Our CAO is going to go through the 2024 corporate work plan and looking forward and how that factors into the financial plan. And then we'll look at kind of state of the nation type, the foundation for our financial plan, what we're looking at economically and some of the other basic stats for the city. And then today, this afternoon, look at water and sewer funds. And that'll be today in a nutshell. So we know that the financial plan is built on a foundation of our financial position, the city's economic state, where we are with population. And it's built with our 3 funds, the general fund, the water fund, and the sewer fund. So you'll receive presentations on each of those as to the departments, their activities, and what we're forecasting for the next 5 years, as well as longer term in terms of asset management. And then we'll also do some reporting around reserves so that council's aware of what funds are available to apply to various projects that might come before you for decisions, but as well as how we're building those reserves related to decisions you made last year towards projects that are coming in the future. All of those will build to our 2025 financial plan. And we will certainly welcome questions from you as we go through. These are committee of the whole meetings today and Wednesday, and so a little bit more relaxed and happy to take those as we go. In terms of time frame, today we're having our first meeting. Wednesday, we'll go through general fund departments and reserves. November 4th, at your regular council meeting, we'll be bringing some items where you've asked staff to bring forward costing on various initiatives. So we'll start that process of your decision items on that day. And really what we'd like to do is bring those to you all together and then allow you to make a decision, understanding what the cumulative impact of various combinations of those things may be, or if there's ones that you want to rule out completely, to give us that information early on so we don't keep bringing that forward to you. On November 6th, we're trying a new process this year where we're having various community groups that have received funding in the past, whether that was kind of what we call our line item funding in the financial plan, or whether it's been requests for additional funds, are all going to come that night to present to council for you to consider their various requests, as well as the basic line item funding that we've had historically. And it is up to council's discretion to continue that funding or not continue. And so that will be kind of brought to you all at once, which may make it easier for you to weigh one against the other instead of it coming to you piecemeal. On November 18th, then we'll bring all of these pieces back to you for kind of a cumulative look at what that might look like with respect to utilities rates as well as property tax rates, so that you can give direction at that point to go ahead and prepare that first draft of the financial plan. As you know, then we'll revisit it as part of our amended financial plan in the spring, once we have the revised roll from BC Assessment, and once we have all of our year-end information and actual reserve balances, and bring that back to you for further consideration before we actually set those user rates and property tax rates. So that usually happens April, with adoption before May the 15th is our legislated timeframe. So what I'm going to do first is hand it over to Marley to give you a 2024 year to date, and then it'll go to Kiva with respect to the corporate work plan.
Ready? So, Mrs. Boven, Manager of Finance, would you please provide us with your presentation? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor O'Brien. So as Jetta alluded to, I'm going to talk briefly about the 2024 activities year to date, and what that entails today as opposed to last year. If you remember, there was lots of slides with lots of pictures. I really highlighted minor capital and capital projects. Today, as well as the report in your agenda, focuses more on the forecast of the operating activity budgets at the end of the year. So as Jetta mentioned, we've done our best to forecast. So this was using data like actuals at the end of August 31st, and each manager, along with their supervisors where necessary and director, went through line item by line item, all of their budgets, made comments on what they'd spent to date and where they forecasted their spend would be at the end of the year. So, and then I took all that data, massaged it a little bit, and it's the format of the report that's in your agenda and the graphs that you're seeing today. Oops. Did I do something wrong? Sorry, I just don't have a, can I? No. Yeah, sorry. We're just getting the right presentation up. That's it. No problem. Great, thanks. Oops. Sorry, can you go to the previous one for me, Amanda? Thank you. Okay, so starting with the revenue, as you can see, the graph on the screen as well as the graph in the report on the agenda is just highlighting the main categories of revenue for the year. These are the operating revenues. So as the orange bar is the budget and the blue bar is the 2024 forecast. So as you can see there, the taxation is forecasted to be slightly below budget. The reason for that is primarily due to several supplementary assessment roles that were received from BC Assessment, mostly regarding the short-term rental accommodation, the strata accommodation in the resort area. So we had several of those this year that were unexpected that changed assessed values, which reduced the amount of taxation revenue that we receive from those properties. Fees and charges is also slightly forecasted under budget at the end of the year. There's several fees and charges that are trending lower this year. One being water and sewer fees, others development related. And I will note on that the building permit revenue is forecasted to be slightly under budget, but that is partially due to a new accounting standard that is related to revenue recognition and when we're allowed to recognize it. So up until this point, we recognized all building permit revenue when it was received. And now the Accounting Standards Board has decided that that revenue should only be recognized to match the expenses that it takes to generate the revenue. So with building inspections, some of them have inspections or building permits. Some of them have inspections that go over multiple years. So not all of the work is undertaken in the year that the revenue is generated. So just to give you a little bit of information on that.
Go ahead, Councilor Carr.
Brian, do you have the numbers between the budget and the forecasted values?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Councillor Gore. It's in the agenda. I'm just going to get you the page here that I'm referring to. So the page, when I'm talking about the revenue and the budget variance, is page 6 of the agenda. So there's a schedule there that shows, so taxation is forecasted to be approximately $150,000 under budget. In total, fees and charges are expected to be just over $300,000 under budget. Did that answer your question? Okay, great. And then as you can see, investment income is forecasted to be quite higher than what we budgeted for. That is a combination of higher than expected interest rates. So even though the Bank of Canada has now started cutting the prime rate, which affects investment interest rates as well, we were lucky enough that we had staggered some investments and have been able to still have a higher rate of return than we expected. That's in combination of also we take a fairly conservative approach when budgeting for investment income because that the rates as we see right now are subject to change. So the next slide here deals with the expenses forecast for 2024. So in comparison to budget, labor is forecasting or trending low. That the segments, so as I mentioned, the schedule on page 6 of the agenda talks about the individual segments of the city. The segments that are primarily driving that that variance are in general government, in engineering and transportation, and in protective services. The one comment that I'll make about that is the prime driver for any labor overage or underage would be whether or not we have variances. So in this case, we're under budget because of, sorry, not variances, vacancies. We've had several vacancies in each of those different segments. And so that directly impacts the salaries and wages and benefits budgets, as well as the other labor costs, which would be training, conferences, and then to the extent some supplies and materials costs related to those vacancies as well. With respect to consulting and contracts, the two segments that are seeing the widest spread or the widest variance from budget are in general government, and that's primarily related due to consulting such as legal fees. So we budget, based on an average amount, and sometimes we don't need to spend all of that money. So that's one of the reasons. The other prime reason that's driving that budget variance would be in protective services related to the RCMP contract budget, which we take their data, which their most recent data that was available to us was at June 30th. So we take what they're forecasting at June 30th and apply that out to the remainder of the year. So again, high level estimate, but it is trending to be lower than budget at the end of the year. With respect to materials, goods and supplies, the segments that were primarily affecting this number are in general government and in the water fund. And of note, with respect to the water fund variance, that's primarily driven due to the fact that our portion, so the city's portion of the AWS and ERWS expenses for the year are expected to be under budget. So that's what's driving that variance. Another comment I wanted to make, and this was in the report as well, just with respect to expenses in general, there are several line items in the budget that fluctuate from year to year or vary from year to year. Some of those will depend on weather, so the snow removal budget. Some of them are based on operating conditions, so whether or not, if we have some water main breaks, that the supplies, materials, or contracts or labor may focus in that area and not as much in another area. And as council knows, you recently approved a new reserves and surplus policy. So some of those budget surpluses in those different areas, because of the new policy, staff will be able to transfer or recommend to be transferred the variances or the excess budget to the financial stabilization reserves in the general water and sewer funds.
Go ahead, Councilor Gore.
Just looking at the investment income, it's lower than last year. Why? Our investment income is lower.
Sure. Yeah, through the mayor to Councilor Gore. I'd say partly because we're trying to be conservative. We could still generate enough. As what Jetta mentioned, or in connection with what Jetta mentioned earlier, is at this point in the year, we don't know all of the funds that will be used from all the reserve funds. So we budget for a certain amount of revenue that the general fund will be able to utilize for operations. A bunch of that revenue also gets transferred to any of the statutory reserves, DCC funds. So at this stage, we haven't forecasted how much of those funds we actually utilized through the year. And that can greatly affect how much interest revenue actually stays in the general fund, depending on how much of the reserve funds we've accessed or spent through the year. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. My final slide. Some continuing trends that we've seen in 2024 that have affected operations as well as our minor capital and capital projects are similar to what I talked about last year, and you've also heard from Jetta. One is inflation, obviously, has been high and it has now started to cool, but we're still seeing the effects of multiple years of higher than normal inflations in our pricing. The other thing in general, and to sum it up in a nutshell, basically, is purchasing has become more tedious. It's definitely more time consuming than it has been in the past. And that's partially, I think, due to the state of the economy, to do with the supply chain issues that we're still seeing coming out of COVID. And an example of that, we've had several tenders and or RFPs in 2024 that had to be reissued, either because they came in significantly over budget or because there was no interest. So even the purchasing procedures that don't have to go to a public process as such as an RFP or a tender, we're still finding that vendors or suppliers aren't interested in providing a quote even. So it's taking a lot more time for staff in general as a result of those issues. those are only, that's the trends I wanted to talk about. And other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Or I can just turn it over to Kiva. I think she's next.
Councillor Wood has a question right now. Thanks, Ms. Bowen.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. Marley, I have a question. CPI is usually used for inflation for consumer side of things. We've heard arguments, especially at the regional district, that budgets in relation to that inflation. Is there a number similar to CPI that we could use for local governments? Because it seems like the inflation rate for infrastructure and other local government costs are a lot higher than kind of consumer inflation. And so it would be nice if we had something that was a little bit solid when we're working with these budgets to kind of explain why things might be higher on this side of things instead of the consumer side. Thank you.
Great question. Through the mayor, and I'm going to defer to Jetta on part of this. I will say that because she's, she does more of the budgeting, I report out on the actuals. We look at different CPIs, so not just the general like consumer CPI, but also the non-residential construction CPI. So when we're looking at coming up with reasons why, that tender might be way over budget, or when we're costing out certain things when we're doing the year-end financials with respect to things like developer contributions and getting accurate costing for them, we do look at different CPIs. So not just the CPI that's in the mainstream media, which I think focuses more on the consumer as opposed to the different levels. So we do take a look at that. Like I say, I will ask Jetta whether or not she has a different lens when we're looking at it for budgeting as well.
What Marley said, but also to note that for all of our budgets, staff is looking at particular line items. For example, there may be an area of the budget that requires a 10% increase, like we're seeing for insurance quotes and things like that. And there may be others where we're really, office supplies, not seeing really significant increases. All of the construction, in some cases, is 30%. So we don't, in any case, take a blanket number and apply it to all the numbers. All of the budgets are looked at by staff and management as to the particulars of that area based on what we've been seeing recently. And Marley's exactly right. Even though they're reporting in the press that CPI's come down and inflation is down, we're not really seeing that on the ground yet. And in fact, we're still having a lot of procurement issues, as Marley alluded to. So yeah, I think we're doing a much deeper dive on our budgets with respect to forecasting than just having a blanket application of a rate.
Any other questions for Ms. Bowen while she's here? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Marley.
Okay, thank you.
And next up, we have Ms. Kaler, our CAO, with her presentation regarding the corporate work plan. Thank you.
Good
Kiva,
morning.
go ahead.
Thank you. This will be starting to get familiar for council. We present usually an overview of the role of the work plan and how we manage the council direction. And so I will have some handouts for you afterwards, but I don't want to give them to you now because you'll start reading them and not listening to me. So, I'll have them for you in a moment. So Matt, do you want me to move it? Okay, I can do it. Maybe. So we bring the work plan to council a couple of times a year, usually when we're starting the budget process, so that council has a good sense of what is on the to-do list. And we track with an estimate of the staff time and sometimes with the direct costs. We track that on a sheet and provide that to council. And then quite often we come back to you and ask for priorities or whether you want to leave everything in the same order that it is on the sheet or remove some items. And so what we're finding is that we're pretty accurate in terms of what we predict we can do. So we assume that we have about 4,200 hours of staff time across all departments to do things that council directs us to do on top of our day-to-day operational things that would happen regardless of council direction, like water getting sent to the homes and grass getting mowed. So these are for the sort of, we used to call them major projects, but it's not necessarily that. It's really just the things that are over and above what you would do operationally that change depending on who's sitting around the council table. So the rest of the staff management time is of course dedicated to that operational core business. We are experiencing a lot of, as Marley alluded to, a lot of change in the day-to-day. So for example, on our stat sheet, it might say we have X number of development permits. And might even be less than what we've had in previous years, although we're trending pretty stable there. But each development permit is so much more complicated. I think council can see that themselves with just the letters and the engagement and the concerns and all of the things that staff has to coordinate for something that doesn't need rezoning, but it's just used to be a straightforward development permit. And we're seeing that with procurement. We're seeing that with really everything that everyone does. So I would just put a bit of caution around the 4,200 hours because that gets eaten into by the complexity of everything taking a lot longer on the day-to-day. And I will keep saying this, and we've talked about this a lot, that every council decision has a cost. So sometimes that's a direct cost if council makes a decision to fund something, give a grant, or do a different level of service. And other times it's an indirect cost. So it's staff time. Like for example, if staff are directed to go and assist a stakeholder or do something different than the operational. So I just want to keep that in mind as you're going through these decisions that you'll be asked to make over the next several weeks. And then of course, we've had a lot of provincial impact. And this year we are tracking our provincial time as best we can, just when we get pulled into things that are not from council's direction, that really aren't community issues for Parksville, but we're mandated to do them regardless. So just to remind council and anyone watching, the strategic focus areas for council are listed here. So we'll just quickly go over them. I'm sure you're familiar with them, but you do have advocacy, you have an OCP review, downtown vibrancy, drinking water, engagement, and recreation as your strategic focus areas. And I would say this council has invested a significant amount in both the recreation and the drinking water pieces. Those are expensive items to fund, and there will be some, facts and figures on how much money has been invested in those. But they are also, obviously, the drinking water is probably one of the most critical functions that we provide as a city to our residents. And so we went over these starting last year, but there's a lot of projects that fit under these two. And the OCP review, of course, has been a little bit co-opted by provincial changes. So there's been some postponement or deferment of that as a focus. So with a work plan, what we would like to see is, and why Jeddah has kind of moved this process a little bit earlier in the year, or sorry, in the cycle, I guess, is we'd like to see January, maybe February at the latest, that we have a fairly fixed list of projects and that you as a council have a fairly set idea of what it is you want to invest in that particular year or in that 5-year financial plan. And we would hope to see very little changes throughout the year unless it was things that were unexpected, like a grant opportunity that is just too good to pass up, or an emergency situation, or just something that comes up in the community that we didn't anticipate. But for the most part, you would like to see some stability in the work plan so that we can prioritize internally and focus on getting those things completed. And just to keep in mind as well, of course, we do have a fixed capacity and a fixed budget. We're not very nimble as a local government organization because anytime you want to do something that's not in the budget, you have to amend the budget. It is a budget bylaw. It's not an easy, quick thing to just turn around and add something in. So we explain that to stakeholders quite a bit and to folks in the community that we need quite a bit of lead time for most of the things that we do in a local government setting. And right now, what we're also finding is that every single thing, no matter how simple it seems, involves multiple departments, just because of the complexities as well of what we face. So here's just a very quick overview. You would have seen this before, but again, this just kind of highlights where the core functions fall within our city structure. And there's a list of some of the things that each department is responsible for as a core. But again, just kind of keeping in mind that our capacity is not necessarily flexible either, in that you can't really expect the director of planning to jump in and support a finance project. I don't think Jetta would be too excited about that, right, Jenna? And similarly, we wouldn't expect finance to be able to process a zoning amendment application with all of the legal requirements. So we do support each other, we do help each other, and we understand each other's business, but it's not that easy to share capacity across departments. And what we see typically is that operations gets very heavily loaded with projects because they have all the nice fancy projects that everybody wants to see happen in the community. So we are trying internally to have planning and engineering support a lot of those projects at certain phases and have operations really be more of the implementers of those things. But it certainly does involve both departments, which is a capacity impact. So similar to last year the numbers were actually pretty stable, and they've been pretty stable over the last little while, which gives us some confidence in this system, I guess. We can usually achieve around 4,000 hours worth of projects. So right now with our current capacity, we have about 4,200 we estimate. The current work plan, which I'll hand out to you later, is at about 4,200 is at about 5,000 hours. But that doesn't include the items that we anticipate council may want to add when you look at the things that you want to bring forward. Some of them are from last year. So for example, the mail-in ballots that council has directed staff to work for the next election is one of those items that has landed in the 2025 work plan. But we want to be conscious of adding new things when we are maxed, I would say, at the capacity we have right now. We're about an FTE over. And what we usually do is obviously we make it work and we try to get those projects completed, but we have I'm going to hand out a sheet with you as well on the completed projects. We have completed about 3,800 hours worth of work for this year. So we're pretty close to what we estimate. And it is really just a good tool for us to understand what we're able to get done in a given year without unexpected things happening. So right now on the 2025 work plan, we have about 43 projects and it is about 4,800 hours. So about 600 hours over. But those are estimates. And so sometimes we can change the scale or scope, or we can, work extra time to get some of those things done. And some of the things that we're looking at is bringing back a lot of closeouts to council next year. So we had a lot of sort of status and condition assessments done this year. And next year we will be bringing things back to council for direction on how you want to implement and what you want to do with those pieces of information. So that's kind of a little bit of an unknown, but you will be able to give us direction on where and when you want us to take action to implement things like that come out of the the transportation master plan, or some of the condition assessments for the infrastructure. Yeah, so we've kind of touched on this already. So just a reminder for council that some of the things that we can't control are coming at us from senior levels of government. And those are things that, again, aren't very exciting. I don't think it's anything anyone's going to put on their election platforms, but they are things that take away time from your senior team, and they do impact how you can make decisions as well. And so we have to make sure that council is aware of how that's happening and what we're doing. And then just the day-to-day becoming, creeping in and taking away some of that time that we have for council directives. So some of the things that we'll ask you to think about over the next few months is what we could push out to 2026. And that would free up a little bit more time for the 2025 projects. So these are not for decision today, but one of the things we have discussed is whether we could move the lacrosse box update out to 2026 for construction. We also are wondering about the Pioneer Playground happening in 2025 in advance of the pathway completion. It seemed to make sense to staff that we would link those two projects together, and that would not be happening until 2026, probably early in 2026. And then another very significant project that includes multiple staff from multiple departments is the year-round lighting projects, which is intended to be a 3-year project. Partly why I'm asking council to think about deferring this one is because the PDBA is doing an Imagine Parksville project that I think could inform what the folks want to see for that. And then we also have some things we anticipate will come out of the master transportation plan specific to the downtown on parking and circulation. And so it may not make sense to start a lighting project without those things happening. So there may be some rationale to deferring that one until 26 and 27. So as I mentioned, there will be some items coming to you that, coming from JEDA, but that have come from councillors, either individual or as council direction already. And those need to fit into the plan, and we're already a little bit over. So what we would ask council to think about is whether those things could be slated for 2026 or even past that, if there's something that makes sense to push even out further in the 5-year plan. Other things that we may want to talk about is whether or not that project is something that could be contracted out, and we could reduce the staff time managing that, and it would be done by another agency. And the other piece that we've kind of been doing with this council, and I think it is working fairly well, is having a bit of a 2-year plan, maybe even a 3-year plan where, for example, the mail-in ballot project was identified, but we didn't have to do it right away because it doesn't need to be done until right before the election. So there might be other projects that council thinks are important, wants to get done, and wants to have them in the plan, but they don't necessarily have to happen in 25 or 26. And then the other piece is looking, when I hand this out to you afterwards, is looking at what you may want to take off. Really kind of, I guess, encouraging council to think about the need to do projects. And we will be talking about some metrics of where there has been significant investment in recreation, for example. Is it something that council maybe wants to reduce the priorities for that and push out some of those recreation investments, knowing that we do have to probably invest in things that are, again, less exciting, like policing costs and infrastructure deficit. So what we're trying to do over the next few weeks is give council the full picture, and then you will be able to give us direction on what you think is a need to do and what you think could perhaps wait until maybe we know if we're going to get grants, or maybe we know, that there might be partnership opportunities with the region or something on some different projects. Okay, so I'm going to give you the handout as I mentioned. And what you'll see on there is that 29 of the 46 projects from last year's work plan were completed, and it was just about 3,400 hours. And there is some projections of a couple of things that we know will be done by year end that are on that list. We had about 8 new projects added throughout the year, so that's where we kind of landed. Not everything on the list was achieved in that year, but some of those things are reflected now in the work plan for 25. And then, like I mentioned, we have had a flurry of activities where departments that are kind of more tasked with council projects have been asking and getting some support from other departments where that's possible to carve off a piece of a project. So for example, engineering has been providing a lot of support on writing RFPs, issuing those RFPs and kind of managing the procurement process, and then operations will come in on the sort of implementation pieces. And so just a quick overview for next year. Admin has quite a few projects on the books that are really kind of time dependent. So we have a couple of things that are expiring, a couple of agreements with the theater and Beach Fest, with the curling arena and the library. And so those take a fair amount of time back and forth, just getting the terms correct. And they do eventually come before council for decisions. We also have a couple of bylaws, or quite a few bylaws, that will need review, and they are more complex bylaws that require additional oversight from the provincial government. So the DCC bylaw, for example, requires the municipal inspector to approve that. So there's some added process. And other bylaws require additional notice. And sometimes multiple bylaws are needed to improve or get a certain item completed. We are looking at doing an amenity bylaw with the DCC bylaw. So that would be something that would assist with providing those nice to haves in the future. So council's probably aware, the amenity bylaw is a new thing that the province brought in, where if something is not funded by a DCC pot, you can actually have developers fund other things. You just have to identify what those are. So that could be things like community assets or recreation facilities or bus shelters or really anything that council identifies that isn't covered by a DCC. So that's exciting, but it takes a lot of effort and a lot of planning, and you need to do an economic analysis with both of those. So there's quite a bit of work behind them. And then we have a couple of policies that we know we're seeing some gaps. So we know we need to focus on things like, for example, advertising in public spaces, especially around tournaments and folks who lease buildings and facilities from us. We're seeing now that come to us from several different angles. So we really need some guidance and some direction on what everybody would be following the same rules. And then there's a couple of other policies that just need updating based on all the provincial changes. And then engineering has quite a bit on their plate for next year as well. So completing the master transportation plan and then coming up with the implementation plan for that. So what exactly are we going to do with the recommendations and the feedback that we got from the community? What kind of things will show up then as capital investment? They also are going to be assisting with most departments in terms of the water, storm and sewer, and meeting environmental best practices and working with the results and helping operations on the big comprehensive drinking water planning. And of course, we have to consider climate change and resiliency and all of those. And then looking at the capital plan review. So that is required to feed into the DCC. So we need to understand what the infrastructure needs are, what development pressures there are, and what the condition of all of our infrastructure is, so we can decide and figure out what the DCC rates need to be and what the DCC funded projects are. So we actually in the bylaw have to put a list of all of the things that we're going to fund from the DCC monies and when. So it's not as simple and easy as just copying someone else's bylaw and bringing it to you for readings. I wish it were. And then some of the other major projects that have spanned a couple of years, as I mentioned, we're kind of seeing that just because some of these are very large projects. The Rath River Pathway, the RFP went out for that in the summer. So we're expecting that. We're working very closely with Nature Trust, and Nature Trust works very closely with Nanoose First Nation. And we're expecting to see construction happen towards the end of 2025. All the construction, environmental planning, all the senior permits from senior governments will be happening in the early part of the year. And then that will require a significant amount of operation of the parks manager's time just to get that up and running. But that's a very exciting project for staff, and I know very exciting for council and for the community because it's been on the books for over 20 years, I think. So really nice to see that one coming along. And then affordable housing, the city, as council is aware, is supporting a couple of projects on city land. We also have quite a few affordable housing partners in the community who are doing subsequent phases of their affordable housing projects. And that requires a fair bit of support from staff, just helping those folks navigate provincial processes, making sure we can support DCC waivers, permit fee waivers, those types of things. So that involves finance as well, working closely with the planning department. And then council will be discussing the fire hall renovation that has advanced to decisions stage. We have purchased and acquired lands over the last couple of years, and council has been given a couple of updates, and we'll be bringing some options before you during the budget process for discussion. And as council is, I think, very aware, one of the main focuses of this council has been to get the right information, figure out the options for drinking water for now and into the future. And we have awarded the phase 1 of that contract to Kerwood Lydell, and that is underway as we speak. And that will be at least an 18-month. There'll be a number of phases as we work our way through a very complex but very important situation on the drinking water. We are still now impacted by the provincial changes. Who knows what will happen today? I guess, has anybody been getting an update? But there's a bit of uncertainty around whether these will stay or what will happen coming forward. But we completed phase 1, I suppose we could call it, with the small, medium density housing. And we now have a couple of other things we have to do this year to bring things into line. So the planning department is still very heavily impacted by those decisions from the province. And emergency management is another one that the province has brought a lot of change our way. And so we are mandated and required to do business continuity and contingency planning for many, many things, focusing on our critical infrastructure. So what do we do if the water treatment plant is offline, or if we have no power for several days, or if we have a flood and we can't get food and supplies into the community? So we have, I think it's about 70 hazards identified. I might be wrong on that, but we've done the hazard risk assessment, so we know what we need to do, but we have to have continuity plans for all of those items. Our continuity plan worked quite well for council's meeting last time when we had smoke in the building. We were able to get council going with limited downtime. So one of the things we do in that is we estimate how long something can be down for before it having a major impact. And so council is a priority thing that we say no downtime, like you can't miss a council meeting for that reason. So I think we were 3 minutes late, so that wasn't
Pretty
too
good.
bad. So thanks to council for scrambling and getting online for that meeting. So this is kind of getting to the end of just reminding council, when you're adding things, staff constantly, I think, say this, and I know it's way easier to say it than it is to do it when sitting in your chairs, but we do ask council to focus on core jurisdiction for municipal decisions. So, you know, I know you get a lot of pressure for people wanting you to do things that are senior levels of government's jurisdiction. But I think given the things we need to do already and the capacity that we have and the taxation limits that we have, that would be our recommendation, is if you can balance things based on what's a core jurisdiction of you and what you have full control over, then sometimes that would be an easier thing to pick between two items. And then when we have everything achieved, that should say 2026 items, I think. Yes, that's a typo on my part. So if we achieve everything that's on the work plan in 25, we will start advancing things from 26 or bring things back to you to say, we're ready to add something to this department. We were able to achieve everything earlier than expected, so we'll bring things back to you for priority decisions. So priorities for this year, of course, is getting our legislative compliance, making sure that we're doing everything that we have to do so we don't have unnecessary attention from senior levels of government. There is a lot of uncertainty out there right now, as I'm sure everyone is aware. We have rumors of elections at the federal level. We have a very closely contested election at the provincial level. And so that affects things like, for example, timing for us and getting decisions from the provincial government right now is not happening. And there will be a transition period as whoever is leading the province gets their feet back on the ground for their next suite of decisions. And at the federal level, we get a lot of funding and a lot of financial support. So we hope those things would not change too dramatically, but just a lot of uncertainty around that. We are very much working on asset management, and council has been very supportive and looped in on that. And that is an ongoing process. And we are looking at also over the next little while, we're picking some priority areas to define the service levels and confirm that with council that is what you're expecting on things like snow removal, mowing, weeding. The Moby mat is another example of that will come before council for some decision making. And then looking at where we might be able to adjust that. So if, for example, council finds that they want to do certain projects, but they don't want to increase taxation to a certain amount, they may want to look at reducing some of those other service levels that I would say are extremely high. Maybe there are areas that we can reduce mowing or, do some different service levels. So we're looking at bringing those things to council kind of one at a time so that you have an ability to look at where that service level is. And decide based on your constituency, like what people think is really important and where we should invest the time and efforts and maybe where we shouldn't.
We have a question from Councillor Wood right now.
It was the slide previous. At least we're looking well ahead on that first bullet point.
Oh, wow. That is so weird. We've had some really strange IT issues. I actually fixed that yesterday. I was here yesterday and I saw that and fixed it. And I don't know why maybe I'm on the wrong version or something. We couldn't print anything today. We had, no IT things happen. Anyway, there's gremlins. Yes, I'm thinking very long-term there. Yes, thank you for that. Did you have a question on the rest of the slide or no? Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. No, I thought we were wrapping up, but I did want to get past that slide and away we went. So you caught it. Yeah. Go ahead, Councilor Gore. I will ask as well. I have one or two things here. Go ahead.
Thank you. So is this the time we ask about some questions on the website? Did we have
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if the mayor's good with that.
If you're gonna give us an update on the accessibility one, TCPC board.
Yes,
And that they completed in May of 2024.
yes,
Is that those documents that you pressed for the work of the design and outside? And
Yes.
can you give us kind of like a background how the doors and who completed?
yes. Through the mayor, we completed the doors here at PCTC this year. And we actually on the work plan have Foster Park and Springwood Park washrooms to have the same door upgrades there. And we're applying for a grant for that. So there should be relatively cost neutral impacts of that. So there's a Spark grant we can apply for. So the doors here, I believe, were completed a little bit below budget. So we're able to carry forward some budget as well. And they're basically just the automatic doors. Like, I don't know, is that just washroom doors? Yeah, our other doors are automatic, like the doors to the building open when you approach them. That wasn't identified as an item. We usually leave that open, like you can prop those open, but and we have the accessibility ramp in here, but we didn't have that identified as a project.
You good? Okay. And keep, okay, go ahead, Councilor Martin. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The PDBA's got this grant that they're working on. So when they get the results of that, is that when we'll bring it into what we're doing here? Because you mentioned the PDBA.
Yeah, so if
Yeah.
I may, through the mayor, we have identified from previous council direction, we have a 3-year lighting plan in the project or in the work plan that is supposed to start in 2025.
Mm.
But I'm going to be asking council to think about whether that should be pushed out to 2026 to give us time to hear the results of that PDBA grant. And I believe there's even another phase of that where they may have some money to do some things.
Mhm.
So I just don't want to jump too far ahead in a lighting plan before that's known. And then the other piece of it is we anticipate that a parking study and a circulation study will come as recommendations from the master transportation plan, because those are very specific to the downtown. So again, we might want to have the results of those before we decide where we're going to invest in lighting. Like if a street is going to be pedestrianized or one way, you might want to put more lighting there than somewhere else. So that was kind of a staff discussion that we would like direction from council as we move through those projects. Okay.
Thanks. Kiva, I had a question regarding under the administration. We have been hearing of late an emerging issue, the idea of user fees for our facilities.
Yeah.
We have various user groups that are actually offering to pay for some user use of our facilities, whether it's parks or fields or whatever, and that's been coming up. So as part of the administration, is it working out a plan for that? I mean, you're already, like heavily overloaded already, but this is something, are we going to be able to look at it, or are you simply like overtaxed already because we have had other emergency issues as well that have taken up a lot of your time? I realize that, and working with Amanda and so forth, and contracts and so forth, and agreements that we have already in place, and we're doing a lot of back shuffling, but I recognize that the amount of staff time that's taking, but yet this offer to, maybe looking at charging for fees, is that going to be in this presentation, or is that
Yes.
just nice to have, but to see in a year or two when we have capacity?
Yeah, thank you. So that is identified on our project list under admin, under the policies kind of umbrella. And so what we have on there is for special events to do resource guides, review the city supports, and then a cost recovery metrics. So exploring, you know, where we can do that and what that would look like for the various different users. We have some users that are commercial entities and others that are, you know, like just a little residence group for a birthday party or something. So we are anticipating on working on that this year in 2025.
Thank you. And then as cost recovery again, you talked about emo, and
Yes.
we know that emo has been used in the past year and will continue to be for providing flow-through funding
Yes.
for the various items that have come up, and there's been the warming shelter, the cooling shelter, and that type of thing.
Yes.
And although it's flow through, we get that is fully funded by the provincial government, I really feel that an administration charge should be put in place for our emo staff. Well, not just for our emo staff, because I recognize that it isn't necessary flow through. What flow through means, we get the money sent to us in recognition, but there's all these checks and everything else that has to go through. There's a huge administration cost just to make that flow through happen, as well as the emo staff as well.
Yeah.
Are we able to include an administration charge in that service?
That is a great suggestion and something that I think we should be able to do, but we are not permitted to. So I did look into that with the provincial government. We are only allowed to charge overtime rates for staff. So if one of our staff does something during the normal business day, even if they spent 5 days, 8 to 4, working on something to support that, we are not allowed to charge for that. We just have to absorb it. We are only allowed to charge if they have to work on a weekend or after hours to achieve that or support, you know, some funding going through. So I think that's something that we would actually ask council to put under the advocacy piece. And there's a couple of other things that we'll probably be asking council to do that on, because the impact is quite significant. And we're really lucky as a local government that we don't have a lot of emergency situations. But I was chatting with some CAOs from other parts of the province who are literally crippled by this. I was talking to a gentleman at UBCM who was on day 79 of an EOC, and 5 of their 7 senior staff were basically fully deployed to that. So they couldn't do any of their normal work. And they're not getting any compensation at the local level because they're just taken from Monday to Friday to go work in the EOC. And so they can't do their jobs. So we're fortunate that we're not that stretched, but I think it is something that I think AVICC and UBCM should be advocating for. It's a huge impact. And there was as far as I'm aware, there was no consultation before those changes were made. It was just like the Management Act got changed and we have to do it.
Right, but I'm certainly not in favor of that at all. It's another downloading from the province, because in this
Agreed.
particular case, where it's actually a health ministry
Yes.
regime that they should be taking care of, making sure people aren't freezing or dehydrating on our streets.
Yeah.
And we are actually funding that from our emo staff, which is actually funded by taxation, property taxation,
Yeah.
which is an unfair burden to be putting on our taxpayers. As the reality is that the Ministry of Health should be actually taking care of making sure that the people that are on the streets are actually being kept safe. But they've downloaded this onto us as well. And we expect we're just going to increase taxation so that we can take care of actually their ministry responsibilities. So I believe that we should look at this. I'm looking at our team here anyway. So for advocacy, maybe we're looking for a resolution to go to start at the AVICC and the UBCM level, because I think this is something that we have to advocate for. If our staff has already looked at it and got a hard no from the province for us to charge administration fees, I think it's fair enough for us to ask and say, hey, it just has to be part of the provincial budget to include admin fees. Yes. Go ahead, Councillor Wood.
We'll make a note of that for when we.
Local government, that would be our top 3 items that eat up staff time instead of a list of 10 or something. Maybe top 3 for how many hours we're contributing to that, and that might make an easier resolution for you guys.
Mhm.
Kind of keep it simple, but there's pretty solid estimates for numbers with it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Go ahead, Councilor Beal. It's not working.
And is there conversation with local town hall and region folks, the RDN around this and the impacts? I'm just thinking again of that advocacy piece that
Mhm.
amplifies the.
Yeah, through the mayor, we are certainly talking about it a lot at the CAO table throughout the region. And then I heard it at LGMA with other CAOs who are more impacted by many, many emergencies. Like a lot of communities go from one emergency to the next. We're fortunate we don't have that, but we do have, there's even things around which, and it's not that we don't think they're important things, but things around First Nation consultation and engagement, where I was talking with our, with the Nanoose First Nation, and, they feel similarly like, well, we don't have capacity to do this. So a lot of the things are well-intentioned, but there's a lack of awareness of the operational impacts for smaller communities. And it might work great for a very large nation in Vancouver and for the city of Surrey, but for us, there's just not an understanding of that's often, we're fortunate we even have an FTE that's, supporting EMO. A lot of governments don't. So I could probably come up with about 12 other things that are also like with other ministries. I mean, we fight fires in the WMA that we shouldn't really be having to do. We deal with enforcement there for things like dogs off leash and stuff that really aren't our work. Like we're not supposed to be doing it. So we have communicated some of that to UBCM in previous years. And so I've got a note here that when we bring the AVICC reports to you and the UBCM reports, we'll prepare something for council to discuss and come up with some language around advocating on that.
Thank you, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When the bylaw changes came through, I recall this is a huge item that Blaine had 20 bylaws or something to look at.
Mhm.
That's another thing.
Yep.
That's huge.
Yes,
I mean, really.
there's a lot.
So that could be
has
on the
come at
list.
us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
the list
thank
would
you.
be long.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Gore.
Thanks, Mayor. Eva, sending you a slide about the affordable housing project,
Yes.
and I know still in the process, we have public hearing and perhaps some more projects in the future.
Yes.
Hopefully will come. I would like, as a councilor representing Parksville, to have a regional collaboration in projects like this. Similar to what we did for Orca Place, where there was financial contributions, I guess, from the RDN and Town of Walton Beach. And we saw Scott Harrison do a presentation on the need for below market housing. For Parksville, for this project in the future, to give staff time, the land, the way of BCCs, is a lot to ask to meet a regional need, in my opinion. So, in terms of policy or what's the right venue for us to be approaching our partners in the region, for some sort of collaboration and conversation, which, let's say, this project or others in the future go through, I think we need to be really compensated as a city to meet a regional need. So I wonder if it's a policy direction or one-off,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, through the mayor, I think we'd have to think about that because Orca didn't end up being funded by anyone other than the city of Parksville. So the city owns that land and donated it to BC Housing essentially for a no-cost lease. But then I suppose the argument would be that if we have more affordable housing in the city of Parksville, that directly benefits Parksville, like having businesses here. So we'd have to look at how the other piece that kind of immediately come to mind for me that I'd need to spend more time on is if we have a regional function, we just have to pay for that. So we would get a requisition from the RDN. So we're kind of paying for it anyway. So we'd have to figure out the pros and cons and do some thinking around what that would look like in terms of, having contributions or, a regional planner or something like that. but yeah, I mean, it's in theory, a really good idea. I just think that there might be some challenges in terms of implementing and having us pay a planner at the RDN who maybe wouldn't be as familiar with the Parksville specific issues, but yeah, maybe something council can think about throughout next year, just chatting with your colleagues around the elected official table. And, maybe it's unifying our policies. Like we do have pretty close, the DCCs are often waived from the regional side and our staff coordinate that happening. And we have policies that, we prioritize affordable housing projects and, we all are required by legislation to identify the needs. We do a regional housing report that in the past that Blaine has provided input to the RDN to do. But we also do our own just because we have the metrics and we know what we're kind of tracking. So I think it's worth thinking about, but I don't know all the answers right now without kind of exploring. I just wouldn't want us to have to pay someone else when we could have it done by our own staff. We do coordinate and, do referrals and things like that to each other, but yeah, we need to explore maybe more what council's thoughts are around that and get you some pros and cons. And
I would just like to comment, Scott Harrison's presentation was interesting that he made to council. But as far as the city of Parksville concerned, he was way out of line for considering saying that we're still not meeting the needs of the affordable housing that we should be. And if you actually look at what we already have for affordable housing project and how long it's taken to get this Lions project to this stage, it was actually started at the previous council, honestly, and we're way ahead of the other one. So it was out of line as compared to what we already do. And then actually recognizing the fact that there's suggestion that there's more affordable housing, which means tax exempt buildings. And here I'm just talking about here, our taxpayers have to pay for on these emergency services and so forth. But yet we have another chunk of land that's been removed from the city from the possible taxation just to provide affordable housing. So we have to make sure that we keep that in balance with the market housing that is out there actually paying the full load and increases the taxes for them. It's not the fact that they're not paying any taxing, it's the fact that everybody else has to pay more taxing. So it's a way more complex than just a couple of numbers on the chart to say that you're below what your requirement should be for affordable housing. There's way more parameters that have to be considered. I just want to comment too, and you mentioned anyways that the MobiMat grant that came through, you mentioned that as far as, that was a grant that came kind of out of the blue.
yeah,
So I just wanted to say once again, my appreciation for the fact that staff was allowed to be were flexible enough that actually stopped everything because that was just
Yeah.
kind of like fell out of the sky. And, but as we say, it was a grant that
Yeah.
was too good to be true.
yeah,
And plus fulfilled a need. So I appreciate having the flexibility that was achieved for that. And so once again, thanks for all the staff that made that happen, because that was a big one that wasn't on our work plan or anything else. That just appeared. So
Yeah.
thank you, staff, for the quick turnaround on that.
yeah. No,
A
that
very
was
successful project.
very successful. Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was probably one of the most fun things I've ever done, actually.
Yeah,
I don't even go to those openings ever, but that day was an amazing day. So
It was very fulfilling.
it
Yes.
was.
Yeah. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We actually have some amazing air photos of that as well that I think will be shared in the next little while. So yeah, that was pretty cool. So I've just got a couple more. I'm just going to flip through these quickly so that you can't see any more of my typos. Just a quick summary that we do understand that it's really tough to balance these difficult decisions, and you have a lot of people asking you for a lot of things. And so what we think might help is trying to explain to the community that as I mentioned, we have limited capacity both in the taxation budget that we have and in the people that we have with the expertise that is needed. And so that kind of makes us live within our means, because we just sometimes can't do things. And then we have an uneven share of the workload. So we do have some departments that have, the more exciting projects, perhaps, in parks and operations that get heavily overburdened. And we only have one manager there that can, manage all of those things. And they also have the most amount of staff. So it's a real challenge to keep adding things to that department. as much as we know that you love seeing those investments, and we do too, but it's just really a matter of, I think, prioritizing and phasing things that are happening in that department. And then every department is super busy right now. Like we're looking at our metrics, and the city is growing. It's very obvious to anybody. We've had a lot of people, you know, this summer who had been away for the year during COVID and didn't really spend a lot of time in the community park during construction. And we're just hearing comments from everyone that like it's really noticeable that Parksville is booming. I think you have said many times, Mayor, that like we're on the map now. People know we're here. And we have a lot of interest in this community. We have a lot of good developers that want to work with us. We have a good reputation for getting things done quickly. That's the positive side. And then the other side is we have to make sure that our service levels and our staffing and our investment matches that and grows along with it. And then we have to balance our operational needs with all of these other projects. We don't want to see managers not able to meet with staff or not able to deal with efficiencies and safety and things on a day-to-day basis. And so, you know, we really are encouraging. It depends on council's priorities. If council does want to expand the workload and expand, hire more people and ask for more taxation, then that's fine. But we're not hearing that from this council. I think there isn't really a need or a wish to do that. And so then we just need to balance, you know, what we are being asked to do. And sometimes looking at the need to do versus nice to haves.
If I can just comment one thing, you're talking about the staff capacity and so forth, the projects that have come on, but something I didn't notice in the work plan, and maybe I overlooked it from last year. Another project that happened in the community park that just happened last month was the replacement of the boardwalk portion around the gazebo end of it. And I don't remember that even being on the work plan.
No.
All of a sudden, I just saw the crew there, and it turned out to be quite a major project, an amazing
Yes.
project. And we've had a whole bunch of really good comments from the
Yes.
public about that they really appreciate it. But it's beautiful, but it had to be done. It was
Yeah.
safety issues. But then I understand from talking with staff that this is a progressive
Yes.
project
Yeah.
that is ongoing to replace the whole boardwalk
Yeah.
progressively, like we're doing on the roof.
Yeah.
That idea, so that wasn't on the work plan, and so that was
No.
just kind of like we should consider that because somebody had to coordinate that whole project.
Exactly. Thank you very much for that, Mayor, because that's when we've started doing this process, we actually talked about that more. These projects only reflect the ones that require council direction to proceed. So 85–90% of the stuff we do isn't on here because we would do that regardless of who's sitting around the table. So that was operational. So we don't put operational things on here unless we need council approval to do it. Or it's a change or new service level. So things like, you know, maintaining our irrigation, our sports fields, things at the water treatment plant, fixing the boardwalk, all of those things don't show up on this plan because they would happen regardless. But it is a huge amount of work. And so as we become more busy and the wear and tear on our assets increases, we need to up our game on the operational side of those things and make sure that we time everything. Like the real challenge in our parks is that they're so loved and so well used that there is no window of time where you're like, oh, there won't be anyone really there this time. So we can close the boardwalk down and do the work. So obviously we do it in the off season, but that is another challenge with us becoming more populated is that there just aren't those windows we used to have where we could, you know, zip in and do things in a recreation area. So it takes a lot more notice and a lot, you know, that impacts admin in terms of making sure people are aware. So thank you for bringing that point up because I just want people to understand that these are, you know, that's why we say we only have that limited number of capacity because it's really our senior management team that are able to take any time off the side of their desk to do those special projects. All of the rest of our staff are fully committed to the day-to-day and that just moves along like a well-oiled machine most of the time.
Yeah.
But that's where my concern is if we don't have management time to support staff in those things, that is when things do fall off the rails a little bit. So it's just a balance, making sure that our managers are not run into the ground on projects so that they can't invest that time with their teams. Okay.
And just checking, are you close to wrapping up?
Yep, I got like two more really quick.
Okay, I was going to ask if somebody wanted to come for a break for.
What time is it? 10. Okay.
I didn't know if you had a plan, but.
This
yeah.
is really just for council. You already know, this is what your role is in the budget process, is to set that strategic level vision and give us direction at that high level. Obviously, you're not in the day-to-day. I don't know when the boardwalk needs to be replaced. And I don't think council spends its time on that either, but we know that it's going to happen. And so the options are really just match the capacity that we have and refine the work plan, expand the capacity, as I just mentioned, or look at the multi-year planning, so pushing things out into 2026. And then just to wrap up, I want council to think about over the next couple of weeks, are you still engaged and still happy with your priorities from your strategic plan? You've lived with it now for a couple of years, or just under a couple of years. Is it still the right thing? So, you know, you were fairly new as a council when you did your strategic planning. There's definitely areas that I think we're heavily investing in and that are working really well. And we did talk about them being kind of phased so that we would do some of them later in your term, but just want to give you the opportunity that if there is something you wanted to add or change or give more direction on. I think one of them, I think in the recreation, it actually speaks specifically to a pool, which is fine. We did that work and it's completed. But if there are things you want to change, please let us know and we'll make sure that there's room in the process for that. And then when you're using your strategic plan really should be your decision tool for all of these budget items that we're bringing forward to you to make decisions on. We talked a little bit about this last year, and then that's it. I'll maybe leave that slide up there. Yeah, and then the strategic plan is just as important. I actually was with Brian, who helped this council do their strategic plan at a Maddie event last week, and he was asking how things were going, and said he had heard really good things about Parksville and about this council specifically, because he works with all local governments, and he'd met a couple of other elected officials that were singing your praises. So that's really cool to hear. But he asked how things were going and, you know, if the strategic plan was working, and I was able to share really positively with him that we had made really good progress on a lot of those projects. So that was kind of nice. It was unexpected. He was there. We were both presenting at a training thing. But yeah, he also said that he thought I was pretty lucky because a lot of people were talking about their experiences and what to do when you have a challenging council. So I was like, oh, all good. So I was presenting on the strategic plan and how we're able to use it as a tool and use it for citizens to understand what you can't do as a council, because it's really hard to say no to people. And one of the things we mentioned, or I mentioned at that session, was maybe try to get your councils to say not yet as opposed to no. So you can tell people, we want to do that. That's a really important thing. We can't do it in this year or in next year, but we will look at it in the future. And so sometimes there's comfort for folks knowing that it's a not yet. And that maybe it'll be later on in the financial plan. So that was one thing that a few aspiring CAOs were kind of thinking about last week at this session. So yeah, that's it for me. And I'll sit here if you do want to ask me any questions, or I'll let you go take your break. There's snacks. in the
Yes,
room.
I was going to say, do you want to actually do a break, like a comfort
Sure.
break, just a comfort break? And actually, it's a coffee break because I'm dying for a coffee. So yeah, that's really
We can
what I
certainly
need. So
accommodate
do you
that.
want me to shut down to this point and do it
Sure.
that way?
Yeah, we can take a 15.
That's this first one. Yes. Yeah.
We can
Go
do a
ahead, Councilor
15-minute
Grants.
recess.
You can ask questions. You, okay.
Okay, and I'll hand out.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
So we're going to take let's resume at, it's 10:20. Let's resume at, we just,
10:35.
yeah, 10:30 will be fine.
10:30.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we will recess till then.
Okay, welcome back. We'll continue on with our committee of the whole meeting. Thank you very much, Ms. Kaler.
So if I may, through the mayor, just to let council know, I've provided you with a draft handout that has the completed items that we expect to be done by the end of the year. And then what we know is on our list for 2025. There's a couple of things that might be on both lists, just as a caveat, because we expect them to be mostly done by the end of the year, but one or two might bleed into the next year because of supply issues. So if you see something twice, that's the reason why. And hopefully by the end of the year, I'll give you an updated, and once you've given us all your direction through the budget process, I'll give you an updated one. So that's why this is draft. So there's probably typos in there too, because I fixed typos yesterday that apparently didn't save. And our printer wasn't working. We've had some gremlins in the IT side
know.
of things this week.
I know the feeling.
So I'm done, Mayor, if you want me
Okay,
to.
yeah, so I was going to, I know Joel had a question
Okay,
that he said he's going to ask, and
I'll wait
going
here.
to. Oh.
Yes.
What's it? Yeah, the old rugby shirts. I like it because I figured. Thank you. Welcome back. Councillor Grens, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our CAO. Just 2 points, maybe question. One is I really appreciate hearing sort of feedback from staff on sort of some projects that were sort of fun for staff. So we want to make sure that we mix some of that in there with the day-to-day stuff, and it's hearing that feedback is really great. In terms of the taxation piece, it might be nice to see in terms of the taxation, property taxes, what may be sort of tax increase versus increased new sort of land lift style taxes that came from, I forget the term is that BC Assessment uses to identify the new build or the new, yeah, it's kind of interesting for me to see that sort of how's the tax increasing from from the increase of tax versus new stock, new inventory. Yeah.
So if I may, through the mayor, the director of finance will be presenting that information. Preliminarily, though, I don't think we get the final BC assessment numbers until the spring. But we do have, I think, some. Oh, October 31. I'm wrong. It's now in the fall. So yeah, you will see that information coming forward, and the director of finance will also talk about what we currently have in the plan for tax. Because we have a 5-year plan, if council remembers, so we have already some projected tax amounts that change based on the level of service and on the projects that council adds or takes away from the plan. And if I would maybe just repeat, if I may, through the mayor, the drafts that you have, there's a couple of projects that might be on both the completed and into 2025. We anticipate some things will be done by 2025, sorry, by the end of the year, but there might be 1 or 2 items that from supply chain issues, they might cross over into 2026 a little bit. So there's some hours that might be needed, but I'll give you an updated sheet after we know what council is adding or taking away from the work plan and when the final budget is done. So you'll get this one's just draft for now, just to give you a sense of what's out there.
So are we going to discuss this further, or are we take this home and do a little homework tonight in preparation for the Wednesday meeting Is that?
Thank you.
Would that be the best time? So-
Yeah, so thanks for that. Sorry, I should have explained that. What I find works well is if you keep this kind of on the side while we go through the next few presentations over the next 6 or 7 meetings.
Yes.
And then what we'll do at the end is refine this. So it
Okay.
will have the new things, like there's, I don't know, a dozen things or so that are coming to council that you have identified either individually or as a group that you might want to talk about. And then you might want to take some things off this list. And we're also going to hear from community members who are asking for specific things. So at the end, we'll add it all in and refine it, and hopefully some things will come off so that new things could be added in. And also what we always ask for is priority. So if there are some things on here that you absolutely want, you know, that's the most important thing to you, then that should be identified. Because as you'll see, these really don't have priority on them. So we just tick them off as we can. But that would be helpful if council had some direction on, you know, a top, as maybe Councillor Wood was even saying, like top 3, top 5, 1 per department even that you want us to work on before we do the others. Some of it's obvious, like we know the drinking water plan is priority number 1 for operations in that area, but a lot of them are hard to know, like what your level of priority is for them. So if when you're looking through it, make notes of what you think is, you know, the really critical, really important ones you want us to get to right away.
Okay, thank you. I just want to provide direction to council anyway. So would that be coming up? So I'm suggesting that we don't have any discussion on this at this time, but it'll be coming up on the Wednesday meeting or
I think it's November the 18th.
no, November 18th meeting? Okay, so yes.
Which of these do you want to forward once you have them all? So added to this, it comes down November 4th. November 6th, we're going to get some more us, and so there's likely an opportunity on November 5th to start moving direction on that. And
Yeah.
the sooner that council can give us direction on things that are definitely not on there or the highest priorities, the sooner we can start to simplify that information for you, bring you clean bill of amounts.
That's great. And that's appreciated because I don't want to like be jumping all over the place. Like, oh, what about
Yes.
this project or this project, you know, like today and tomorrow or on Wednesday. But if we know the council, if you take home this and study it in your leisure, and then we can make notes on it. And so when we'll be getting back to this, the work plans anyways, for November 6th and November 4th and November 6th. So,
Yeah. So
great.
for example, one of the things we just talked about was number 42 on the list, which is the PDBA lighting plan. Currently, we have $100,000 each year for 3 years. So 100 would be assigned in 2025. Unless council comes back and says, move that one out a year, and then we would adjust this sheet accordingly. So
That's exactly what I hope will happen. You know, have a look at everything here, folks, and then we can have the good discussion all the time so that we're all on the same page as what the priorities are going to be. That's great. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ms. Kaler. I believe we're moving along to Mrs. Holmes. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gore. Councillor Gore has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Kiva, I have a question on the completed projects list, number 26 for the RFP for the drinking water study. I was of the opinion that before a contract is awarded, it comes before council for approval. I don't remember this coming to council.
if I may, so this came to council when the RFP was drafted, and then it's approved. It's within the budget and under the amount for that to be approved by the CAO. So you got the RFP before it went out. And then staff basically has a committee that assigns it from a technical perspective. And so it was awarded after that review. So it came to you as a council in July as the scope of work in the RFP. And then our technical staff are the ones that could figure, honestly, I read it and there was words in there I had no clue what they even meant. Something about the Monte Cristo sandwich or something. Monte Cristo method. I was like, oh, I don't know what that is. So that's what I was thinking. I'm like, is this kind of? So that's a technical exercise that is done. Council reviews the scope in the RFP, confirms that's what they want the study to focus on. And then our technical staff review to make sure that the best practices and all the technical elements are correct. And then when it's under a certain budget amount, that gets assigned or approved by me, over that amount comes to council. So I think it's $500,000 is the amount right now.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Frost.
Thank you through the mayor to the CEO. I think you might have just answered one part of the question. You said it was $500,000. Is that the threshold portion? I recall that we had adjusted those amounts here previously. I couldn't recall what that cap was and what it was prior and what it got moved to.
Thank you. If I may, through the mayor, I believe it was 100,000 for the CAO prior, which is like very low right now. And it's 500,000 now. And I believe the CFO is 2,000 or 250,000 and managers and directors are 150, I think, like 100,000 and 50,000.
Right. And so this RFP was for 500,000. So just
A little bit below, I think it was 400 and
to
something, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Kaler? Well, she's here. Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In one of the slides, Kiva, you mentioned the different options for the council to consider, either like take items out of the work plan, add the capacity for staff. So hopefully we'll stay within the plan, but certain things might come up which the community wants. So hiring a consultant, adding that extra resource for the staff. Do we have enough funding for such an option to happen? Let's say some projects need to be urgently looked at.
If I may, through the mayor. So we would kind of look at that on a one-off basis. So if council was adding a new project, for example, and didn't want to take, let's pick a parks project because that's probably the most likely. So if council wanted to add a new parks project, but didn't want to take anything off the parks list, then we would look at a few options. So depending what it is, we would either look at maybe hiring a consulting firm to do that work. If it's a study or something that would make sense. If it's an implementation, maybe we could hire a contractor to do it as well, so that staff is minimally impacted. And the budget would have to be increased accordingly. So it would kind of be like a balancing as well of, do you want to replace something, kind of switch like for like, or do you want to expand and add a new thing? And so the options really are live within your means. So move things around, take things off and kind of keep the capacity around the same and the budgets around the same. Expand that. So you're hiring more staff, whether it's temporary, contracted, or whatever it may be. Or you're doing something that's a combination of those things. And so some projects aren't that easily done by a consultant. So anything in policy, so like finance and planning, it's very hard to bring a outside person in. It's almost just as much work for the planning to kind of get them on board. But with a parks project, it is more easy because it's like reline this pickleball court, or, you know, those are things that are more discrete and can be contracted out. So we would look at that with council on a one-off basis and give you some recommendations on, you know, how we could do that project, whether it's contracting it out, redeploying staff and contracting something else that staff was going to do out. So yeah, we could give you some advice on that on a project specific basis.
Any other questions? Now we're really going to let you go. Yes, thank you, Ms. Kaler. Ms. Holmes, would you please provide us with your presentation for the Economic Overview and Foundation for our Financial Plan?
Okay, well, hopefully this will take us through till lunchtime and then we'll look at water and sewer this afternoon. One of the things that I like to highlight as we start our financial planning process is what the financial plan is meant to include. And we've already had some discussions around what we get offloaded by other levels of government and perhaps even other agencies. So really looking at what are our municipal services, and most of these that are on this chart are ones that we provide directly. The solid waste, garbage and recycling is something that we provide through contract with the RDN, but as you may know, we do all of the billing and some of the customer support around that. And so Other than that, these are all of the things that the financial plan is meant to include. And what we'll be bringing you in these first drafts of the financial plan is what it costs to continue to provide the same level of service for all of these services. It's also good to think what isn't in our financial plan. And as we know, a lot of these areas are getting gray, but certainly healthcare, including mental health and addictions, is not part of a municipal financial plan typically, although we are seeing some municipalities adopting functions within that, City of Nanaimo being one, for example, that has a cost factor of about $1 million right now that is providing supports in this area. The social planning, again, isn't something that's been part of Parksel's services, but there are municipalities that are doing more and more of that. Social housing is not within our mandate. Education, transit. Transit we do through the RDN, but that's something that is a requisition directly to our residents. The library shows up on our financial plan because of legislation around that. But again, it's just a flow through. We collect the taxes related to the library and make quarterly payments to the library for that. Just to review kind of the whole idea of levels of service and what we talk about in our core financial plan being the continued level of service that has been provided in the past. So it's the same service level for all residents. We might have new residents, so we might have a higher cost just because we're providing that service to more residents now, but it's the same service level. We need a number of employees to continue to provide that same service level. So again, we might end up with a new employee providing the same service level because there's more residents and or visitors to the city. We try to capture all of the operating and maintenance costs related to the assets that are used to deliver those services. And that's the whole idea of the life cycle costs. And you know, we've been talking to you about lots of things around asset management. So we need to make sure that we're factoring significant maintenance items that are required to be done. It's not something, as you mentioned, that hits the work plan, but it is something that we need to do as part of our everyday maintenance of those assets. And it also should be including what I referred to at the last meeting, that proxy for the use of the assets being the replacement of the long-term assets. Linear assets especially are sometimes 80 years out, but we can't decide to replace them in year 78 and come up with the money related to that. There should be some discussion around how we will replace those assets so that we can continue to provide that level of service. And then there's the analysis of current costs so that we're reflecting inflation, actual amounts. In some cases, we have 3-year contracts for services. So we're able to put in those actual contract amounts into the financial plan. And there isn't any kind of assumptions around inflation rate on those. They would be actual amounts that we have quotes for. So that's the first draft that you'll see today and tomorrow. What we'll bring to you on November 4th and 6th and discussions that you may ask staff to bring back to you is improved levels of service. So things that are enhancements or brand new services we haven't provided in the past. So this can come with new employees that are going to provide that new service. So for example, if you build a new facility, you might need employees to run that facility. That would all be new service level. If we have capital projects that are either brand new we haven't had in the past, or perhaps there's significant enhancements to assets we previously had. So say we had a rec center that we added a pool onto. Clearly that replacement of that rec center is going to require more staffing to run the pool, for example. Again, on all of these proposals that we're bringing to you, where it's appropriate, we're going to bring you the full life cycle costs so that you can understand it's not just the upfront cost that council should be looking at, especially when we have grants in the mix, because it can look like it's a really good deal. And then you look at the operating costs and all of a sudden that hits on the property taxes the next year. We've got a 2% increase because of those operating costs. And maybe it wasn't such a good deal to buy that asset with the grants. So trying to provide council with the full picture of what that will look like over the life of the asset and whether you still want to move ahead with that. For all of those enhanced or changes to service levels, which as Kiva mentioned, might actually be a decrease in service levels, we'll take direction from council on that and provide in subsequent drafts of the financial plan. Any questions around level of service? Okay. As you know, there's a lot of different inputs go into our financial plan. Some of them are known. For example, we have a collective agreement this year that we didn't have last year, so we don't have quite as many years of assumption around wage rates. We have our collective agreement and know what that is. We're bringing you more and more pieces of the state of our infrastructure with the master plans and with asset management plans. And that informs some of those life cycle cost conversations that in the history of Parksville, we haven't had a lot of those in terms of putting aside that long-term replacement. So bringing you suggestions on how we can bring that in over time and not all in 1 year, because it's an expensive proposition. We have information from other agencies with respect to costs. For example, later today, we'll talk about the sewer requisition from the RDN and how that filters into our sewer fund costs and the revenue we need to collect to offset the cost of the French Creek Pollution Control Center. There's funding opportunities that come up and we'll try and bring those to you. We may know about them now. They may come to us during the year and require an amendment. Our financial position also informs, and that's that whole idea of having the reserves policy so that council has flexibility around their decisions, especially on these one-off projects where you can use your reserves or surplus to fund some of these one-off projects. And so having an understanding around that. As we know, the provincial legislation has been a significant change to our financial plan recently, and we're still seeing those effects flowing through. We introduced them last year. We still are showing amounts in our financial plan in 25 and 26 related to the changes in the provincial legislation. So we'll highlight those for you. Some of the items that will come to you for decision are items that have come from staff and management with respect to areas where we see that you might want to choose to have an enhanced service level or where we think we might need additional staffing in order to deliver services. Obviously, council's direction and strategic plan, Kiva's just gone through all of that with you. That's a major input into our financial plan. One of the things with getting started so early, which I'm very happy about, is that we don't have our BC assessment roll yet. And typically we get that non-market change number October 31st and a preview roll at October 31st. So it won't come to you this week, but I'll bring you that analysis next week so we can see where we're at in terms of just growth in the community versus what we assumed might be the growth, and that might tweak the property tax rates that council's able to take advantage of some of that extra assessment growth in the community. One of the things, of course, that's also important and legislated as part of our financial planning process is communicating with our residents and having public consultation. We have our Let's Talk Parksville tile set up for this financial plan process. There's been a survey in the works that communications has been coordinating on our behalf, and we'll bring some of those results back to council on that. As well, there's advertising and other forms of communication, direct and indirect through social media, as well as at these financial plan meetings, we'll look to see if any public have attended and receive any direct input from them. So getting into some of the details, as we discussed a little bit earlier this morning, is inflation has, as a measure, has come down, and CPI being the most common of those. We do look at a number of different measures of where inflation is at, and we also know what we're seeing on the ground when tender after tender is coming in significantly higher than what we had budgeted and estimated. And having relatively seasoned staff providing estimates and also even consulting engineering firms providing estimates, and then we still get tenders in that are sometimes 30% higher, it's still very slow to come back down. And I think that's not a surprise to anybody, but especially on the construction side, we saw very, very significant increases during COVID in the range of 30 to 50%. Those are not coming down yet. We're not seeing real deals on cement or anything else like that. I'm seeing that in other municipalities in terms of exchanging war stories with other CFOs. So we're doing our best to look at all of these individual accounts and really tune into what the real changes are that we're seeing and trying to incorporate those in the financial plan and hoping that they'll come back. We did, as Marley referred to, a number of tenders that we didn't even get one bid on. And so you'll see a number of projects coming forward this year, not because staff didn't try to get the project complete, but because we were completely unable, fleet vehicles being one of them. We had trying to purchase 3 pickup trucks. We tendered 3 times and still weren't able to award. And so that'll be coming back into 2025. So facing a lot of like challenges, including, you know, calling directly to dealerships to say, this is out there, can you bid? And so the procurement piece is taking a lot more of my time, as well as a lot more of our supervisor and management time to try and get creative, to try and find more directly people that will actually come and do the work. And that's challenging. So as much as we try to put things in a financial plan that we expect to complete and nothing more, we're carrying over items, not as a matter of not trying to get them done, but because we were unable to get people to do the work. In terms of the inflation forecast, I'll just pop back here. You can see it on the side better than that one there, but you'll see that gray bar across, and that's that range that the Bank of Canada tries to keep the inflation in. And since COVID, it's been higher and all over the place, and we're getting back down to historical levels and in that range where they like to live. And so that's a good place because I think it brings some stability to interest rates in all kinds of areas, mortgage rates for our residents that have been hard to predict and made housing affordability much more challenging. So I'm hoping that we're getting back to a place of stability on this. But as Kiva mentioned, there is a lot of things that are keeping that at bay to some degree. There's still a lot of volatility because of things happening in our world and also happening with governments in the US and in Canada. And so we'll see where that goes, but I'm hoping that we've got some stability coming to that. One of the things that I like to keep in mind is we obviously look at our own costs and try to estimate those, but I also try and keep in mind that many of our residents are challenged with that CPI number, and whether it's the fuel cost or the housing cost, whether we think we forecast it really well doesn't necessarily make it affordable. So that's your job, is to really look at where we're trying to factor in costs here and to deliver services, but also keeping in mind that for our taxpayers, that's an impact for them and a big invoice that hits their mail in June.
If I may just make a comment on that, the bottom bar there, the impacts to taxpayers. We have to, as City of Parksville councillors, recognize the fact that we have control over this from the City of Parksville taxation, but recognize, of course, the City of Parksville individuals are fortunate enough to participate in RDN as well. And so we have to be cognizant of the fact that the RDN are having significant increases in taxation to pay for some major projects that are coming up. In between, you already mentioned the sewer treatment plant expansion that's coming up, as well as the request for the Energy H, the hospitals with the new towers and the cancer center and the catheterization labs. So we have to be recognizing that the fact that our taxpayers in City Parksville, it's a double whammy here. And so we have to just keep that in the back of our minds, that we may consider, well, an increase at City Parksville level is acceptable, but recognizing when that is piled on top of the RDN increase, that we don't want to provide financial hardship on something that maybe is nice to have, but not necessary to have. So just keep in mind that we have 2 levels of taxation that go at our taxpayers in City of Parksville. Thanks.
Yep. Okay, as I mentioned, our BC assessment overview will come to you next week once I've received that information that they typically have out by October 31st in terms of preview and non-market change. As we've talked about in the past, the population typically, I mean, it's interesting to see what our growth might be and to make assumptions around that. What we know for sure is that once we hit 15,000, there's a significant cost factor that changes with respect to the RCMP. And so the next census is 2026. What we'll hope for is that we skim under 15,000 in 2026, and then that gives us another 4 years because it is based on the census. But with all of the new housing and what we're seeing, the growth around Parksville, it's hard to know. All of the models are pointing at 26, 27, where we'll pass that threshold. And so I encourage council to consider that and to start to plan for it as though it might happen in 26. And then we'll be in really good shape if it doesn't happen till 4 years after that. And so giving some thought around those contributions to that RCMP Protective Services Reserve, which if you recall, we did reclassify $1.5 million in 2024 from unrestricted surplus, and we'll continue to put those surpluses towards that. And that alone will probably give us a bit of a boost whenever that transition happens, but it might be something to also give consideration to. Last year, if you recall, there was 0.2% of a property tax increase allocated to the Protective Services Reserve. And it might be something you want to increase to provide both for RCMP and fire service, because as the population grows, we probably have more need for fire service staffing as well. And also looking at infrastructure and operations and all of the things that are impacted by growth in population. Because although we get that bump in our taxation as a result of those new assessments, it also comes with a lot of service delivery that's required for those new residents. So it's not as though it's just a windfall. It is nice to have that extra revenue, but it does come with costs as well.
Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Jetta. And I should know this off the top of my head, but if you could humor me. The increase to RCMP kicks in, but it is based on our census results. And will you remind me, when is our next census?
Yeah, 2026.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fraz.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on that regarding the census. While, hopeful that it would be 2027 and beyond that, we would pass that 15,000 mark. I do think we should plan on it happening before it and put ourselves in a position that in the next term too, we leave our council in a position where they're prepared for that as well. Because, it is very likely that it could happen. So just don't want to see us like betting on a hope that it comes after it and then, putting the next council in a pretty terrible situation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Carry on.
Great. Of course, one of our most important assets in the city is our employees. We have our exempt staff and our QP staff. Right now, we have about 110 FTEs. About 8 positions are vacant right now. In the financial plan, all of those positions are included in the financial plan because our hope is that those positions will get filled. In next week, there will be 2 proposals coming to you related to new staffing, one being a 2-year term position in our buildings and facilities department, a trades one, where we're finding a lot of our facilities have a lot of deferred maintenance issues, and we just need a qualified person that can really help with that work. And that's a little bit like contracting that work out, only we would have a term position so that they were completely enmeshed with our own staff, as well as some assistance perhaps as co-op students in our utilities area. Again, one of those deferred replacement items has been the water meters, and council approved 2 years ago to have a pretty ambitious water meter replacement program over 4 years. And it's a matter of getting those in the ground when we've got other things coming up, whether it's water main breaks or things like that. So that'll come to you next week. As I mentioned, the QP collective agreement was negotiated earlier this year, and so it expires at the end of 2025. So we've got the collective agreement rates within the financial plan and assumptions beyond that within the financial plan. With respect to recruiting and retention challenges, as I mentioned, we have those 8 positions. As a result of some of the work we've done with respect to exempt compensation review that's been happening over the last 6 months, looking at that inflation rate coming down, there's still challenges with our recruiting and retention, where some of the benefits that we had before in terms of lower cost of housing and other things like that are still putting us in a tough competitive market for especially senior level staff, but we're seeing it at all levels.
Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Thank you. Hi, Jetta. Good morning. So for the co-op with students, perhaps the staff is looking at the subsidy program and the funding grants that the province and the feds offer for these positions?
Through the mayor, there are sometimes funding opportunities with summer students, but they're hard to get those grants. We've been fortunate in some years, and we actually haven't had summer students like that for a number of years. Council, I think 2 years ago, approved some funding related to co-op students. So we would look at bringing some of that money carried forward to fund some of this. But at this time, I'm not aware of any grants available for co-op students specifically. But if they were, we're always looking for grants for whatever might apply.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If I may, have one more
Go ahead,
question.
Gary.
The 10% turnover, it's primarily, I guess, staff leaving or retiring. And how does it compare with our neighboring municipalities, or let's say on the island as a whole?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I don't know how that compares, and we've just actually started tracking that the last year or so to kind of get an indication. Often when you just look at the number of positions, it's not necessarily indicative of how much activity is happening in human resources. And so if there are vacancies within or people are off, all of those need to be posted, and then there's this domino effect, right? So this person goes to that position, now you got to fill this one, and then it kind of goes like that. And so I think what we were trying to do was to have some metrics around, one, how much activity does that generate? And two, what is our, turnover rate, and why is that happening? So our human resources staff is starting to track some of that, and we can probably start to provide more information around that as to reasons why. And I don't have that information myself.
Yeah.
Okay. In addition to those positions, we also have some casual staff that we have to cover short-term vacancies, as well as our fire department volunteers on top of that. So the actual number of T4s that we issue in a year is much higher than that number, but that's our full-time equivalents. Okay, in terms of carrying forward what was assumed in last year's financial plan, so the financial plan for 2024 to 2028 included all of these revenue assumptions. And so this is what's in the initial plan. And when we look at the draft bylaws, you'll see if we're in a deficit position, whether we think even to maintain a core service level, we might need to increase these rates, or whether this is sufficient based on what's included right now. But in the top area, we identified the basic property tax increase is for 2025, 4.6%, plus the 0.5% that council continued the contribution to capital reserves for infrastructure renewal. And then that 0.2% contribution to the protective services reserve. So at a starting point, we're at a 5.3% property tax increase built into this financial plan. The water rates have a 5% increase across all years, and the sewer rates at 3%. We'll talk more about that this afternoon, but it's becoming more challenging to estimate the water and sewer revenues with all kinds of different factors in the past that haven't been as complex, whether that's climate change, conservation measures, and just people's own ideas around how they respond to water conservation. And so we'll have more discussion around that this afternoon. And we also discussed that last week. Do we have a fixed amount on those rates that funds some of the fixed costs in those water and sewer funds? So going out, so 5.3% in 2025, 2026 at 4.2, same in 2027. 2028 is 3.7%. And then for 2029, I've just assumed the same as 2028 for now. So that's our starting place. Any changes to those rates would come as a matter of a direction from council. And as a reminder, if council or the committee makes any motions or resolutions today, those then would go to a council meeting for further affirmation from council at the next meeting. Any questions on that, our kind of base level? Okay, things in terms of where we've got more information to come. As I mentioned, next week we'll have spending proposals for enhancement to current and core levels of service. Council initiatives, which are coming from a variety of you that have asked for things to be brought back and with some initial costing. Our BC assessment preview role, the core financial plan for the general fund will be tomorrow. And then we've got assumptions built into our plan that relate to RDN, AWS, and ERWS, and they actually haven't had their first financial plan meetings. AWS and ERWS is on the 31st this week, and the RDN is next Tuesday. So we'll tweak amounts that we have made assumptions from them as we go forward in the next draft, just to make sure we're lined up with their financial plans as well. Other considerations, and Kiva's gone through most of these, but the provincial government legislation that was introduced last year, mostly around housing, is still very impactful to our workloads, especially in finance and planning and engineering, and even in corporate admin in terms of some of the new reporting that's required. And so we'll see those amounts specifically in the plan, but knowing also that that's impactful on the workload that doesn't necessarily show up in the plan and just things that we need to get done. The other things are some of these big dollar forward-looking amounts that are coming from findings from our asset management program, whether that's condition assessments or master plans for our linear infrastructure. The drinking water study is a very significant project on its own, but we also expect that from that will be a lot of different recommendations and suggestions. And so being able to respond to that when the time comes is something to keep on our radar as we're looking at reserve balances and making sure that we have funds there so that council can make decisions around that. And then looking at the analysis of the long-term financial impacts of replacement costs of especially facilities has not been factored in. And so that's a lot of work that you'll see tomorrow in terms of costs, is continuing with assessments of facilities and some of the major maintenance that needs to be done on that. Yeah.
Woodpeckers.
Maybe
Yeah, I think since it's not continuous, I think we'll see if we can work through it. Jetta, underneath the asset management plan, thanks to the Globe and Mail article on the weekend, England is considering a plan now where they're actually considering in their asset management plan is the all the buildings that they have, as including it as an asset and putting valuation on their buildings and so forth. And they're using it as a tool when they're going out for a borrowing bylaw. It's like a mortgage. It's backed up by all the assets that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just wondering if our asset, and I see Mr. Denton's here today, if we actually consider that, like if we have to, like for bigger projects, like whether it's a fire hall or whether it's whatever we're going to do with the water comes through, it is obviously going to be a borrowing referendum. But the rates that you borrow at are affected greatly by the amount of assets you have behind you to, get the interest rate down, and so forth. So I was just wondering, we have a number of buildings, the water treatment plant, the PCTC where we are, and other ones that we have acquired lately as well are part of it. Do we include that as part of our asset management plan, like for considering the financial position of the city is actually an asset that we already have this, including the fire hall is now not much of an asset now until it's renovated or replaced. But at the same time, are they included with it? I know everything else is their infrastructure, but I'm just wondering about our buildings themselves.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. And it's always interesting to hear how other jurisdictions do that. But within our legislative framework in BC, we do our borrowing through the Municipal Finance Authority.
Right.
And it's the collective kind of liability of all of the our regional district borrows on our behalf if we have borrowing. And then as a province, it's all of the wealth of those municipalities. So in our borrowing, we don't actually look at our assets. It's not like a personal financial loan or anything like that. And I think other jurisdictions don't have a framework like MFA, which
Okay.
I think MFA provides us with this joint liability that allows every municipality to access that long-term debt financing. But that's not a piece of it, the value of our assets. So we can borrow, Sayward can
Okay.
borrow, Nanaimo, the region, all work together.
Okay, so it's not so much of interest to the borrowing end of it, but as far as the asset management, do we actually list our buildings as assets? Are we,
Yes.
we do that already?
And we're working on that valuation piece, including,
Yes,
we recently completed an assessment of Shelley Center, for example, just
exactly.
to understand what that's going to look like for replacement.
because there's operational at that
And we're
time.
doing that through all the buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on this? I know that this is one of the probably most challenging because they tend to be longer term and big dollars. And we're just trying to bring council the best information based on the knowledge that we have today about those assets. Okay, that takes us to water and sewer. We're about 20 after 11, so I think we'll get started and go till noon for lunch. Yep. Okay, great. Should we wait for the mayor? Yeah, maybe we ought to work through their lunch break. Oh. Okay, so we're going to talk about our two utility funds first. And what we know about water and sewer is these are, one of the most critical services that we provide to residents and ratepayers and visitors. Everyone wants to be able to turn on their tap and have clean drinking water, and everyone wants to be able to flush their toilet. And what we saw is even a city as large as Calgary had, catastrophic break this year. So the asset management piece and the maintenance of assets is really, really important. And we want to avoid pictures like this for Parksville. The other thing to keep in mind for our water and sewer utilities is they need to be self-funding. And so the rates that we collect for water and sewer both need to support the activities of those utilities individually. And that includes the long-term replacement of the assets. And so we need to make sure that our rates factor in not only our current variable costs to have these utilities in place, but also that we can continue to replace that infrastructure.
Yeah,
Not hearing.
So what we might want to do is break early for lunch. We're just seeing if we can get lunch brought in sooner. And then we can start back up once it's done. Then an hour, like, an hour, get us past this noise. And if it's still noisy after.
okay. So,
That's okay.
so yeah, but, okay. So I would say just carry on as long, if you lean into the microphone a little bit closer, Jenna,
Okay.
if you can. Yeah, that's right. And Amanda, is there any way we can adjust the volume on the speakers? Okay, yeah, I think that, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Hello.
Okay, now we're getting, okay, that's great. If you lean into it a little more, Jenna,
Sure.
it make it easier.
Yep, great. Okay, so I was just saying that we need to make sure that the rates that we're charging in each of these utilities completely fund the activities within those activities, including the long-term replacement of the assets. And of course, we are always looking for grants related to the replacement of the assets. And when possible, we would supplement the user rates with those grants. In addition to the direct costs that the utilities incur, we also have allocations of our corporate admin and finance and engineering that get allocated to the support that is provided to those utilities. And so we know that, say, for example, finance spends a percentage of time supporting the billing and invoices related to utilities. We allocate some finance staff time to the utilities to make sure they're bearing their share of the costs.
Councillor Martin, go ahead.
We'll see how I'll make out here with all this noise. Thank you, Jetta. I want to make a point about this infrastructure. In Victoria, when I lived there in the 90s, we were told, you wouldn't believe it, that we were not to flush too often. We were. I don't know if you remember, if you heard about that, yeah. And there was a problem with the reservoir, the Souk Reservoir, and they had to take some trees down. And then when they got those trees down, now we have more water than they need in Victoria. It's in the public now. But that's what happened in the 90s. Would you believe that? I could not believe it. And that happened to us. So we have to do whatever we have to do here.
Wow.
Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Not to flush. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
And in the asset management journey, it's interesting to think about some of the cities in our province that are our oldest, New Westminster, Victoria, Oak Bay. They have even larger asset management issues because a lot of their in-ground infrastructure is really, really old. In Parksville, we don't have any kind of really imminent issues of replacement. So we have an opportunity to put aside money over the longer term for that replacement. Many of those municipalities, they need to be replaced right now because they're having those types of catastrophic breaks every year. And so I'm grateful that we're just a little bit younger than those cities and have an opportunity to make those decisions. This chart's just a reflection of how many invoices are issued in terms of utility bills. In the ballpark of 6,000 are issued each half year for water and sewer. Okay, starting with the water fund. As you're all aware, we have two joint ventures that the city of Parksville participates in related to the provision of water in the city. The Arrowsmith Water Service joint venture, which has the dam, and the Englishman River Water Service, which has the water treatment plant. The other kind of functions within this area are transmission and distribution, purification and treatment, servicing the assets related to the supply. And then there's the admin piece that goes with each of these areas. We also participate in the RDN drinking water and watershed protection function and are each year providing inputs that relate to that whole regional picture as well. These are just some updated pictures of the water treatment plant, and there's been a lot of work done in 2024 to look at upgrades that may be required and some studies that were done last year. And so when we get to the slide about the joint venture, I can share with you some of their forecasted amounts as well. They've also started using some asset management software, and what the hope is that all the pieces of equipment within the water treatment plant will be tracked as to replacement, and that will inform the financial plan as to what amounts need to be replaced each year and trying to cost that out. So that's going to be very helpful in something as equipment intensive as the water treatment plant. This chart shows the water treatment plant production and consumption and the share between Parksville and the RDN. The water consumption of the RDN this year is higher than it has been in the past. They had a major break in one of their Nanoose water systems. And so it's been, I mean, really too bad for them, but it has meant that we've had to supply more water from the water treatment plant than in prior years. But it was also a bit of a test in that, okay, what if a system does go down? Can we step up to that with the water treatment plant? And we found that we could, without impacting City of Parksville, we were able to do both of those things. So the upside is that within our agreement, the operating costs are shared based on consumption of water. So their share of the costs for 2024 will be higher than it would have been budgeted because they've actually used more water this year.
Yeah. So to be clear, they're providing more revenue for the fact that they use more water, and I understand it's not fixed yet. I checked with Harry Bob Rogers last week.
Right.
So it's still not fixed. So, they've typically, going 24 to 26%, and they're riding at 32 to 33%. And so they're paying for it, folks. So anyways, they're helping with our revenue for our water cost at the same time. And
Yeah.
now it's not so bad because there's lots of water. So.
And the Parksville share will be lower than budgeted. So we expect to
Right.
see some surplus in this area, as Marley alluded to, where whatever our budgeted cost was for the year will be less than that because our proportion of the water consumption will be less relative to what was budgeted.
So I'm saying that there's some good news in this
Yes.
package. The when we have it's actually less. And when Jetta says that, we're celebrating. Councillor Gore.
Thank you. So this year, Jetta, you're saying is a bit of an outlier with more consumption from Nanoose, from the water treatment. So our current agreement, does it reflect the same percentages when it comes to not just the revenue, but also the capital costs?
Through the mayor.
Because that might likely become more of a norm with drier spells coming up in the future. Do you think that might need to be revised if this becomes a norm, let's say next year and the year after?
So the agreement refers to a proportion of usage, not a specific number. So it can be just adapted each year depending on the actual usage. So when we get to the end of the year, we'll have an actual proportion of water used by the RDN versus Parksville. We apply that to the total cost for the year, and that's the amount that gets charged to Parksville or the RDN, and the agreement allows for that flexibility.
Even for the capital projects, like how?
The
Does that-
capital cost is based on the original sharing, so it's a 74-26 split at the ERWS. I guess if in the long term that was a significant difference, it's usually roughly what is used. So, but the agreement would be revisited every 5 years typically. Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Frost.
Thank you. Through the mayor, does the agreement, does it allow for different water rates depending on the water restriction level as a way to encourage less water use during those critical times?
The agreement doesn't speak to that. The agreement just speaks to the cost sharing between the two municipalities, the RDN and Parksville, based on water usage. Yeah.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Jetta. I just have a question about the gray line, the well production. Now, is this actually production of water, or is this more the amount of water from the wells that was distributed? So does this imply that the wells, the production in the wells has actually dropped that much over time, or is it the amount that's needed to be distributed for drinking water?
You're correct. The amount that we process. Yeah. One thing that's interesting in the larger chart on the right-hand side of the slide is just to show, you can see where the water treatment plant came online in 2019. And so that share of the ERWS production went up as compared to the well production. The ERWS being the yellow line and the gray line being the well production. So the wells used to be much higher and has dropped down since the ERWS came online. Okay. So getting into some of the numbers, and I try to minimize the spreadsheets as much as possible, but sometimes they're necessary.
I'll just ask, for your presentation, Jetta, are you at a point or are we going to get into numbers right now? Okay, I think it's appropriate then, because it is difficult with what's going on here.
Yeah,
So I think it's appropriate that we take a break for lunch now.
okay.
And so I know Councillor Fraz has to leave early. I was trying to get as much done while he's still here. But at
Great.
the same time, this is very, if you're into numbers, we got to have a clear path. So I'd ask for a, yeah, pardon me. I'd ask for a, just a motion, or no, I don't need a motion. We'll call a break now for lunch. And we'll resume. It's 11:30, is a 1 hour lunch period. Anyways, we'll resume at 12:30. And hopefully the nibbling machine will be finished by then, because it's very noisy. And so maybe the hammering too. Thank you very much.
Great.
Good afternoon, council. We'll resume our committee of the whole meeting. Thank you very much. We'll proceed with Mrs. Holmes to continue your presentation, please. Thank you.
Okay. Finally, we need to get into some numbers, unfortunately, not just pictures. What this slide shows is a comparison of the proposed financial plan for 2025 as compared to 2024 amended financial plan. Just to highlight some of the changes, but I also like to highlight what are our kind of recurring costs and what are non-recurring, one-off, not things that need to be funded necessarily every year, so that we can take a look at whether our ongoing revenues match to the ongoing expenses, or whether there needs to be an adjustment in our rates to fund some of that. So you'll see in terms of total funding sources, just an increase of about $136,000 over the prior year, which is about 3%. And we are going to go through each of these items in subsequent slides. But most of that, with the exception of 380,000, is ongoing revenue. So parcel taxes and user fees, investment income, although that can vary. And we have transfers from the general fund for the maintenance of hydrants that is done by the water fund on behalf of the fire department. And so there's a cost sharing there. So we reflect some revenue here to offset the costs related to that hydrant maintenance. And then the sewer fund revenue is a share of the costs related to issuing the utility bills. And so that is both finance and staff costs for the meter reading for that purpose. So there's just a cost sharing and allocation there. In terms of expenditures, overall, there's a reduction. But we'll work through each of those. Sometimes when you see significant non-recurring items, that can be skewed quite a bit in terms of having a large minor capital item in one year and not in a subsequent year.
Councillor Gordon.
Yes, thank you. If you're looking at the funding sources for the developer contributions, is it standard practice to use the last year's numbers for the next year exactly? Or what is it based on to have the exact same?
Yeah, not at all. It just happens that in the water fund right now, the DCCs are exactly the same, and that's comprised of two different things. One is our debt payment related to Parksville's share of the construction of the water treatment plant. It's the same number every year for the whole term of the debt. And then we pick up a share of ERWS capital, $100,000 amount that again is the same amount in both budgets this year. So it's just a coincidence that that's the case, but there is that continuing debt number that's the same every year for the term of the loan. Yeah, so that is correct, but good to catch that because it wouldn't typically be the case. On the expenditure side, you can see that a significant amount are recurring expenditures, but we do have amortization of tangible capital assets in there, which is a non-cash item. And then the interest on the long-term debt, which would eventually end once the water treatment plant loan is repaid. And then the minor capital are those one-off items, and we'll go through those specifically what's there. So looking at just the surplus and deficit from operations, we have a deficit of $920,000, which we'll see on the next slide gets offset by a number of different funding sources, including transfers from reserve, which aren't shown as part of operations. And you can see that with respect to the ongoing items, though, $980,000 is a positive surplus out of the ongoing operations, revenues, and expenses. And you'll see the large deficit comes from those non-recurring items, which is how you would want to see that relationship. We certainly want to be having a positive contributions from operations towards paying for capital assets and other reserve transfers. Not moving, Amanda, is it? You try and shift forward and see if it'll, there we go. Okay. So carrying forward into what we call the non-operating items, and these would be the unusual transactions and typically not related to something that is an ongoing type of activity. And this is going to be things like transfers from reserves, which will be transferred to cover the cost of capital or minor capital on different items. Transfers to reserves where we have that funding envelope in the water fund of about 450,000. So you'll see there's no change year over year for that. We have other capital reserve contributions, which is some incremental amounts that we had in last year's financial plan. In fact, the last 2 years, really when we're looking longer term at the use of the water capital reserve, it needed some extra contributions in order to fund activities that were in place. And then contributions to the water treatment plant capital reserve. And this is comprised of 2 different things, and we'll go through this in a little bit more detail, but there is an amount on every water bill of $10 per water bill. And that amounts to approximately $140,000 to $150,000 a year that gets contributed directly to that capital reserve. And the second part of that is that we'll go through this in the ERWS. They have recommended an additional amount to reserve in the water treatment plant related to the replacement of the membranes in about 5 years. But it does come at a significant cost. So their financial plan reflects trying to build that amount up over 5 years rather than coming up with $1 million in 1 year. And then we look at the amortization of tangible capital assets to offset the amount that was in the expenses. The other thing that we see at the top of this list is capital expenditures. Last year was about 1.7 million. Proposed for 2025 is 1.67 million. So a drop of about 90,000. And then the principal payments on the long-term debt. At the bottom there, you'll see the ongoing activities has a small deficit. So in terms of that on the total revenues is a pretty reasonable place, I think, for a starting position for our financial plan, and 113 on the non-recurring. And as we've discussed in the past, essentially that gets funded by the unrestricted surplus. And so it is appropriate at times that you might fund those one-off type items with your unrestricted surplus. So from my perspective, this is a good place to start. We'll incorporate other changes at the direction of council, but at least we're not starting with a great big deficit here. So looking more specifically at the revenue, a couple things to note here. In our 2024 financial plan, we had estimated revenues of about 4.1 million. We came under that in terms of actual revenues for 2024. There's likely to be a few small adjustments to this, but we have done our 2 billings and accrual for 2024. And so we are taking some time to analyze some of the consumption around that year over year and understand perhaps our method of estimating revenues. Can we kind of fine tune that a little bit? Bottom line is, though, year to year, all of the things change, whether there was more rain or more heat. When did our conservation measures come in? What other types of things might have been on people's radar in terms of impacting water usage? And so it is a number that's not as easy to estimate as the property taxes, because the property taxes, we have the numbers, and BC assessment gives us a number. It's just a mathematical formula. Here, there's a lot of factors that can impact that. And my own opinion is that it's getting more complicated to try and estimate the water. We can't just say we're going to increase rates by 5% and expect to get 5% more revenue. It's much more complex than that. And so we might be looking at in the future whether we want to change how we have structured our rates and perhaps have a larger fixed rate or minimum rate and a smaller variable rate to ensure that we're collecting enough revenue to finance the long-term replacement and the base amount of activities, including significant maintenance to our assets. So again, we'll continue to work with this. We've assumed a 1% growth rate, which seems conservative, but as we also kind of go through this period right now in Parksville where we've got a lot of growth happening, it might be that we want to cut that back. So right now, this reflects a 5% increase. We'll monitor that and see what else gets added or taken away within the water fund as to whether we need to increase that, whether council wants to increase it when you're looking at the long-term capital replacement, and we'll have a slide on that shortly. So in terms of what is in the plan right now, it would be about a $16 increase for residents in a year for their water. So, $1.25 a month or something like that. For those that are using kind of the standard amount of water. So a total rate of $336 would be the proposed rate.
And I thought, just a quick question here, John. I thought these guys would have asked it, but I'm going to throw their ideas out. We were talking. Is there any chance of us increasing the amount that we pay for the Nanoose share? Due to the fact that we recognize that this year, because of the breakdown in their treatment plant and their facilities and so forth, they're able to capitalize on that by using the Parksville water from our treatment plant, which went up from basically 26% up to Simon's probably closer to 33%. But the fact that, and I understand it's a percentage that they're paying, they will be charged for it, but I think that they should be charged at a higher rate, mainly for the fact that they've got a pretty good insurance backup plan, that if their system goes down, if for any reason, they have our water treatment plant that actually is there, and we were able to produce more water for them anyways that they used. So I feel that there's a potential here to capitalize on the fact that we have all the capital and operating costs and everything like that happening out here, and things always don't go smooth, as we know, at the water treatment plant, and we have some issues anyways that our team are working out very efficiently. But I believe that there's an opportunity here to actually use the Nanoose agreement actually to charge them slightly more than what they are right now. I can only say as a matter of interest is that when Town of Qualicum Beach provide water to parts of French Creek and so forth, they did it with the idea that they were making extremely good revenue. They would only give them offer to supply them some of their water, which they needed, if only they paid, as I say, a rather generous and exorbitant amount of money, and that Qualicum Beach then used for that revenue that they did to increase, to improve their own infrastructure in the town of Qualicum Beach. And so they saw an opportunity and they used it. And I think that this opportunity is possible that we could actually use Nanoose. And let's treat them as a customer instead of a partner. That's all I'm suggesting here. But or is there any way that we can get more money from Nanoose?
Yeah, I guess with all due respect, it isn't a City of Parksville asset, it's a joint venture asset. And so I don't think the RDN would respond well to that kind of argument that as partners in constructing that and in developing that and in maintaining it, that all of a sudden we would now charge them more for that premium, when there may be years when we need more and they need less. And they could also turn around and say, well, maybe we should be charging Parksville more. So I guess that could be a discussion at the joint venture. But I think the bottom line is, unlike Qualicum, where it's a Qualicum asset and they're selling to someone else that has no interest in it, here we're talking about a joint venture asset for the joint benefit of both of those jurisdictions. So I would think that that's an uphill battle, but yeah.
That explains quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly. So if we all of a sudden Qualicum was out of water for whatever reason, we were trying to figure out how to sell to Qualicum, well, then that would be a different thing where we have a jurisdiction that's not in partnership with us to provide that water and to have that available to serve both of those jurisdictions, which was the purpose of the joint venture. Well, I think any kind of structure, yeah, I think any kind of structure is possible if the joint venture agrees to that, as long as we understand that if we go over our share, we're going to get the same premium, right? So I think anything can be adopted, but I think it's, what do they say? What's good for the goose is good for the gander, perhaps. And yeah.
I think the idea of having tiered rate, like particularly during water restriction times, so too, because we bring in water restrictions and we see our community, there's some good effect to it and people dropping their usage. But if you see areas that aren't really responding to it and go, what does it matter? We're just paying for what we use anyways. I think a tiered rate during water restrictions would be a benefit.
Yeah, here in this case, that wasn't the case though. They had a catastrophic failure of equipment in Nanoose and absolutely needed to be able to rely on that source, which of course was part of the joint venture to provide resiliency to both of the jurisdictions, is to have that ability to pipe that water to Nanoose, and not only just their share that they would typically have, but to also provide resilience on both sides. If Parksville had a failure of some sort, we might take more and they would rely more on their wells, or vice versa, as was the case this year. They had a significant failure of their equipment. We were able to still provide that water and function properly within the water treatment plant. So it wasn't a matter of people using more than they should have. They were very much on conservation and an equipment failure.
Same time though, they're having their issues go on means our water restrictions continue on till just recently for Parksville residents too. So, you know, we kind of supplement that, not just by providing them the service, but we also pay the price of, you know, more water being drawn out of the dam and.
Right. Although I think they're completely unrelated. I think the water conservation measures are unrelated to the fact that we're providing more to Nanoose. Simon, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so.
Part of the provincial requirements of the.
Right.
401,
Yeah.
which still isn't really our residents' responsibility.
Right, but just to be clear, it's unrelated to the Nanoose issue. That's all I wanted to, that situation would be happening regardless of what the province was causing to need restrictions for. Yeah.
But it's also going to spend the fact that it parts of has problems.
We have the capability to do that. Yeah.
But I think it's the other way around. Parksville and the water plant goes down, Parksville wells can help reduce. But I don't know that the news can help first.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm getting at.
I thought it was, we have the, yeah. Right, it is.
I mean, because if that was the case, then when we ran into enforcement to go to state board this year, if we had said that it is, well, we don't want to drain out of the river, we'd rather drain from your resources because we want that habitat in the ER. So maybe we should rely on getting some water from the news, not that they have the ability to supply that.
Why are we reversing that question?
Okay.
Why did you even reversing that if you know the answer?
Okay.
Not the answer.
No, I don't know the answer. I'm saying, why would we do that? Part of the question. So to me, the other vendor was really good standard. If they can rely on us, and so forth, why can't we rely? That's a joint venture. Back and forth. I'm just saying that I think it's more valuable. We can have further discussion with Simon. It's just, I'm looking at this and recognizing it, and that's a reasonable increase. Is what I think of 5%, you know, it is when you, especially when you bring down $60,000, that means reasonable. But recognize, of course, that as utilities continue to decline, to be cost recovery is what we're trying to do. Then it becomes impact on price.
Yeah, and I think part of the study is looking at the resiliency of all of these different systems. And so that'll certainly be part of that larger water study as we're looking at all those systems. Yeah, and that's certainly part of the current scope of the study. Yeah. Yeah, because the ERWS contributing about $125,000 towards the study. And their kind of portion is looking at that resiliency of the systems is being done, just because it made sense to make it all part of that same review. Yeah. So what I would comment about this, though, is although that rate is reasonable and it's got us at a point where it's not too big a deficit, as we saw in our meeting on the water master plan last week, we have a long way to go to be recovering the full life cycle costs of the assets that are currently being used to provide this service. So we will need to look at this rate increase in order to put ourselves in a position to be able to renew those assets as they come due, as needed to continue to provide this level of service. So this is what we've got in there for now, but I think we'll be looking at different ways that we might structure it and or add perhaps another parcel tax onto this that would fund that infrastructure. But these are questions to be considered after you've kind of received this core level financial plan. But I would suggest if we were looking at trying to capture the full cost related to the infrastructure piece, that would need to be a much, much higher number. And of course, probably should have been all the way along, but here we are today. So that's what we'll be looking at when we bring kind of analysis around reserves to you next week. Yeah, all of this is really good information. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And through the mayor, again, it kind of brings me the idea, though, I think could be some benefit to having a tiered rate in there so that those who are using more can help offset those costs rather than bringing in parcel tax and, bring that affordability to everyone. Because there's people that are maybe not using the infrastructure as much as they can, keeping their water bill down. They're not watering their gardens. They're not irrigating, all this type of thing. But when we bring in just blanket increases in parcel tax, they're going to be affected the same way as high water users. I think if there was a threshold where then the people who are using more, are going to be holding a little bit higher costs, it could help keep that, maybe that rate goes down 3%. But then if you're in the higher tier, now you're at 8%. And so the ones that are using more are the ones paying more instead of everybody, particularly with the parcel tax, right? Then it maybe can stave off going that route. So it keeps the housing affordability down, because then the people that are renting, well, their costs are being borne to them. Like, those bills get passed on to them as well. And they're usually in that lower income, can't afford the housing situation and so on. So just as a way to keep it more affordable for everybody, I think maybe looking at some kind of tiered rate should be a benefit. The other thing too is, again, it brings you time to when you have water conservation issues our revenues drop down at the same time as well. And so maybe a tiered rate then says that if you're still a high consumer during those times, it's helping keep the revenue back to where we might be able to project it. Because the idea is it's like BC Hydro. They want you to use less hydro. Well, they also sell hydro. And so as you bring your consumption down and the revenue goes down, well, they got to jack up the rates to maintain the projected revenue. So, but they use the tiered system as well, which I think could be something to look at.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. And certainly within the rate structure for water user rates, it is tiered. What we might want to look at is saying perhaps the 5% increase doesn't apply to the lowest tier, but it applies to subsequent tiers or something along those lines, because certainly the increase can be applied different ways. Your comment about the parcel tax is absolutely right. Then everybody pays that, but it does also provide an opportunity, if it's on the property tax notice, for it to be deferred. So those that are deferring their taxes for affordability reasons, or perhaps fixed incomes for some of our seniors, it provides an opportunity to defer that as well. So there's a number of different ways that we could try and do this. I think all I want to communicate, though, is that we do need more revenue coming in to be able to renew and replace our assets as they come due. So certainly when we bring those rates back to council, we could do up a couple of scenarios of applying the rate increase at different tiers and just seeing how that might look, and leave the base tier with perhaps a smaller increase and the higher ones with a more significant increase, perhaps higher than 5. And then you're really, like you say, looking at those high water users. And if they want to be using that much water, it's going to cost a little bit more. Yeah, great idea. Okay. We went through these other revenues already, with respect to earlier questions, but just to summarize, we've got that, transfer from the fire department for hydrant maintenance. Looking at an increase in 2025 for, a couple of years, they were servicing a lower number of fire hydrants each year, and that's ramped up again. So that number's up. So that's a cost of the fire department and revenue to recover the costs in the water fund. Similar to the DCCs, we talked about that with respect to the ERWS is what those relate to, the debt payment as well as capital expenses. Looking at the expenditure side of things, there's some increases there. On the administration side, we've got about a 4% increase year over year, and that's mostly related to training. Through COVID and the subsequent couple of years, we had a real drop off in training just as a matter of capacity. And there was just less training happening because of COVID and not gathering. So we have really ramped up the training happening in operations and the utilities in the current year as well as the next couple of years. So you'll see that here as well as in the operations that we'll be looking at on Wednesday. And just trying to get our staff back up to speed and making sure everybody's getting both the required PD that they might need for their certifications, but as well as just general PD to make sure that our staff is getting what they need on the training side of things. The service of supply number there, we see about a 7% increase. Again, what we're seeing as we're working through a lot of the asset management, a lot of the condition assessments is that we've got a lot of deferred maintenance. So we're trying to bring that in each year with some significant maintenance to buildings and equipment. And you'll see that in water and in sewer and in all of our facilities that we're going to look at on Wednesday. So again, we've got about a $12,000 increase related to electrical inspection. And so that's what that increase is there, most of that. The other item that we're seeing is, we referenced it earlier, that increase in the replacement of water meters. And there's a few more things here. One, it's an aging piece of infrastructure that typically lasts about 10 years. We've got a lot of water meters that are at that rate. And so we're quickly trying to get through an ambitious replacement program while trying to manage all of the other things that go with running the utility, and other things happen in the year. So it doesn't just go as planned. The other thing that happens with meters as they age is they are programmed to defer to the customer. So they tend to record less water at the end of their life rather than kind of favoring towards the city. And so some of our drop in revenue, and there's no way to really know this, may be related to those aging meters. So we're also anxious to get those replaced to ensure that our water consumption and revenue is being recorded appropriately. So like I say, council 2 years ago approved about $150,000 in each year for 4 years. And so we hope that within that timeframe, and perhaps even quicker than that, that the water meters, both commercial and residential, will get replaced. We're using actually some contingency funds in 2024 to do a large lot of commercial meters this fall that wasn't in the original plan, but just have been identified as something that we should get replaced sooner or later. So that's where those contingency funds can be helpful in terms of responding to scenarios that are happening on the ground. So that's on the expenditure side. Any questions on that?
Just a quick question on the replacement of the water meters. Simon's in the house. Are we considering going over to smart meters instead of touch read?
He is providing now for to smart meters, it's just raising the head.
Right.
Yes. And that's also part of the water.
It'd be because of the certain advantages, of course, of a smart meter, not just.
Allows the customer to look live, see what they're doing.
Right, and it also allows our staff anyways to determine if there's a possible potential leak, if something unusual. Yeah, and that's great. We're moving in the right direction. I think there's a lot of benefits, so I totally approve what you're doing here. So are you suggesting that the new meters, is this a change out of the head itself?
It'd be a change of the head, to be.
Sorry.
So it's going to be more expensive. I think it's about $300 or $400 more per meter
Yeah.
to add the smart technology.
Thank you.
Thank you. Expenses in the administration, does that include like staff wages and benefits? Okay. And I don't mean to pick on the news here, but if we are replacing our water meters, are we asking the news to do the same? Since they may be using more and showing less of the meter?
Right. The water meters are just for our city of Parksville water residents. They do their own billing. So no, they're completely different billing systems. The RDN does their own billing for water consumed in the News and track it all. It's not part of our system. Yeah. We just track the total amount that goes to the RDN. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions on this one? So the next section is our purification and treatment expenses, which is where we capture the costs, our share of the two joint ventures, and the AWS operating amounts, as well as a reserve contribution, and then the ERWS operating amounts and a reserve contribution there. So you can see there's very little change on the AWS operating amounts. In the AWS, there's been a few studies over the last couple of years related to the operating rule, a dam safety review, a dam operating review. And so a lot of the staff efforts now are just really implementing a lot of the knowledge from those studies. And so there's very little change year over year on that. On the ERWS side, there's a lot going on. And if you recall, last year, we had some significant placeholders in the minor capital and capital related to the ERWS. And during this year, we've had a lot of work done on resolving minor deficiencies at the plant, as well as making progress on refining the estimates related to major capital projects that might be required with respect to upgrades at the plant. And so part of the reserve contribution, as I mentioned, shows an increase of $148,000, which is the city's share of a $200,000 increase in the reserve contribution at the joint venture level. And that's really to put aside funds for 5 years towards the membrane replacement that will likely be required in 28 or 29. And then the operating expenses are showing a reduction over last year. And that's really because last year there was a lot of minor capital and consulting work related to trying to identify some of the things that were going on at the plant and needing some help to identify resolution to some of those. And so we're have a reduction of about $300,000 over 2024. Any questions on that? We'll go through more detail on the minor capital and capital slides as to what those are. Okay, the minor capital projects, as you know, these are the things that aren't recurring items that we like to kind of highlight. And it also makes reviewing the operating side of things easier to budget and understand that those are things that happen every year, as much as we can do that when it comes to some of our operations and utilities accounts. The minor capital and special projects really highlight where we're using kind of one-time funding, that they're projects that might be 1 or 2 year projects, so that we can pull those out and understand what they are. In the minor capital, what you'll see is a lot of kind of significant maintenance items that One,
Just one,
two,
two,
three.
three. This
Hello?
one's working.
Is that better? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're back. What was I saying? Okay, this year, in 2025, you can see that there's a number of different maintenance projects at Springwood Pump Station, as well as Reservoir 4, a chlorine analyzer, valves at Finholm. And then we have a contingency in here, just related to other things that come up, which, as you recall, last year, we only fund within, the year if it wasn't used in the prior year. Otherwise, that amount gets carried forward. So if it doesn't get used, then we just carry that funding forward to fund the next year. So, these projects this year are funded both from water user fees as well as the carry forward reserve, and the funding sources are noted there. So all of those new maintenance projects are funded by user fees right now. The contingency with carry forward, and then the ERWS minor capital is funded by a combination of user fees and carry forward, because there are some projects that are carrying forward. The ERWS minor capital projects is the continuation of the water study. As I mentioned, they are contributing about $125,000 towards that. And then there's some consulting also happening with respect to options for pre-treatment at the water treatment plant at the river intake. And so that's included in the minor capital. We've provided all 5 years of estimated minor capital. As you can see, as the years go out, there's fewer projects identified. But we try to be as accurate as possible in the first year and the second year, just so that it's on the radar for what funding is required. And as we work through the asset management plans in the water fund, it'll be easier to factor in that major maintenance that'll be required over those subsequent years. Looking at water capital projects, these are some of the items that are being looked at. We have a booster pump replacement, the continuation of the PLC instrumentation replacement, which is about a $500,000 project across water, sewer, and the AWS, mostly funded by gas tax, and the chlorine analyzer upgrades. So just some pictures from Simon on what those projects look like. Not that I would know that without the notes from Deb and Simon. Okay, looking again, here's where we'll typically see some of the different forms of funding, whether that's grants or reserves. But the capital projects identified for this year are the PLC renewal, the ERWS capital projects, which is the tank replacement and spill containment at the water treatment plant. We're just in the final stages of a safety audit at the water treatment plant and have early estimates on this cost. So that might still be subject to some revision once we have a firm quote on that project. We're looking at design upgrades related to the water treatment plant. And where last year we had about, in the joint venture, about $13 million of capital, really that were placeholders while we tried to refine what projects needed to be done, but understanding from some early consulting work that there were some significant upgrades required. It's now been kind of refined into 3 projects. The first and highest priority one is the pre-treatment project. And what that will be is design work in 2025 and the actual construction in 2026. So you'll see the numbers kind of alternate between a lower number and the higher number. And then in 2027 would be looking at the wastewater treatment coming from the water treatment plant, design work in 2027, and the actual project in 2028. And then in 2029 would be the membrane replacement, with the understanding that we don't want to replace the membranes until we've done those other 2 projects to understand what the impacts would be to the membranes, and make sure we're doing that in the appropriate order. So that's what will be presented to the ERWS board on Thursday, assuming that they adopt that financial plan. That's what I've picked up here is our share of that. Again, so if something changes at that board level in terms of approval, we'll bring that back and reflect any changes here. But that's where it's been refined to. So we've cut about $5 million out of that 13 in terms of refining those projects. So last year I was trying to be very conservative in our estimates, and indeed we were. So we're seeing in terms of our total requisition from the ERWS, a very significant drop in the 5-year number last year over this year.
Thank you. And Jed, I think previously we talked about this, I think last year when this was first presented to us. So we are looking to add $13 million worth of repairs at the water treatment plant, correct?
That's what the estimate was last year.
Okay.
Yeah, this year we're down to about 7 or 8. Yeah.
Okay. And this is when the treatment plant has been up and running for what, about 6 years?
Since 2019, so 5
5
years.
years.
Yeah.
There's no way, like, again, cost recovery for like warranty for us to, from the design, plus it was designed by the individual and the contractors that we worked with. Why should the taxpayers be again within 5 years paying $8 million to fix a expensive water treatment plant?
Well, I think there's a lot of those discussions happening, some of which are in camera, but what we're trying to do right now is make sure that the water treatment plant is functioning as it should. Any discussion around recovery of any of those costs is a separate discussion, but what we do know is that these things need to be done in order for it to run efficiently and for the equipment and other facilities within the water treatment plant to be lasting and being used as they should. For example, the membranes are right now getting used much more quickly than they should be. So part of it is to alleviate some of the use there by looking at the pre-treatment as well as ultimately looking at the wastewater. So it's a complex problem that, yes, your point is valid that the plant isn't that old. And what I've tried to introduce, and we'll look at it in the funding, is funding these upgrades as much as we can with DCCs, with the argument being that the original construction of the plant was a DCC project. And so if it could be argued that these are design features that should have been in the original, that would have been part of the cost then. So trying to minimize the amount that is being borne by current taxpayers. With DCC projects, there's always a percentage that is borne by current taxpayers, but trying to it not all come out of capital reserve or anything like that, and using our DCCs related to that.
Is there a possibility for us to look at any grant funding for this project? Will you be mentioning the funding sources in the next slide or?
Yeah, it's a good question, and we are looking. What we're finding is that a lot of the grant funding, one, the gas tax can be used, and a lot of people do use it for water projects, and we are certainly using it for other water projects. There's grants around for old infrastructure replacement, and there's grants around for brand new infrastructure replacement. We're kind of in the middle there. So we are continuing to look for grants that are related to drinking water, and will continue to, even though we've identified funding from DCCs and from gas tax right now. If we're able to find a grant, we will most certainly use that. That's what we're doing. The RDN has some reserves in their water reserves that I understand they'll be using to fund their share. So yeah, we're continuing to look for other sources on that. We did have very significant grants in the original construction.
Thank you. The 8 million is a solid number?
No,
No.
it's another estimate at this point, but I feel like we're refining down as we identify the projects, and also have resolved a lot of the minor deficiencies during the year as well. And at last year's financial planning, we weren't sure if any of those were going to become larger than they were. So it's been a really great year with the leadership of Sean Bovin, and with Simon, and with Keith, and with Kevin Larson, our chief water treatment plant operator, really putting their minds together to resolve a lot of those issues without an external cost. And so a lot of our early cost estimates, and that's why that drop of 300,000 really reflects that, yeah, we didn't actually need to have a lot of external help on a large number of those. So this is the latest revision and fine tuning of those projects, and we're hoping we're getting closer to what that number is. But as I mentioned earlier, often when we're going to tender, we're getting surprised. So we're hoping that by having an early design stage, that maybe that will allow us to identify any kind of cost variables early on and fine tune those as we go. So, and again, these still need to be approved by the ERWS board. Okay. In terms of the funding, as I mentioned, we've got DCC funds in here for those two significant capital projects. And with the understanding that for the water treatment plant, the DCCs are about 50% borne by current taxpayers and 50% by developers. And for the intake, the pretreatment, it's 75% DCCs, so it's a little bit more beneficial on that project with respect to the amount we can fund with DCCs. Just you'll note that the drinking water study is not in the water fund. If you recall, it's in the general fund because it was a council strategic item and felt to be benefiting the whole city. So it doesn't show up in the water fund. It is in the general fund that we'll see on Wednesday and funded by the Growing Communities Fund.
Yes, thank you. So I see the DCC amounts going really high from 26 to 28. Do you anticipate recollecting more DCCs, or how do you think these numbers will reflect?
Yeah, we have over $3 million in DCCs at the end of 2023 in the water DCCs. So yes, we expect to collect more as we go through development, but there is sufficient DCCs right now to fund what's there now. Yeah. The other thing that we'll do next Monday is have a summary of reserve balances, what's being proposed to be used in the current financial plan. So there'll be an opportunity to kind of revisit where those funds are being used and provide recommendations or requests for changes to those if you want. In the current year, 2025, we are using some funds from the water treatment capital reserve, the water treatment plant capital reserve related to those early pre-treatment design options, just because it's something we want to move forward quickly. And it seemed to make sense to use that reserve to keep that project moving forward. What I understand from our water staff, including Simon, is that the pre-treatment is kind of a really important project to help us with the subsequent projects, and the findings from that will help inform those other projects as well. If Simon is going like this behind me, please let me know. Okay, that brings us to our reserve transfers that are currently in place for water. And we have transfers coming from reserves for capital projects from the capital reserves. And you can see that in each year. We have funding coming from our gas tax or Canada Community Building Fund reserve to water in 25 through 28. And again, supporting those significant upgrades as well as some of the water infrastructure upgrades. And then carry forward reserves of projects that have that are continuing, or their contingency amounts that are just being carried forward into the subsequent year. We're currently having the financial plan transfers to reserves, that the $450,000 amount, which is the funding envelope related to kind of our base or linear infrastructure. Other capital reserves, which is an incremental amount that we've been putting in the last two financial plans, really to balance out the capital reserve related to the capital plan that's in place. And then funding for the water treatment plant capital reserve, which is two parts. One that comes from that $20 a year from the utility bills, as well as the incremental amount to be put towards the membrane replacement in 5 years. Just a reminder, in terms of putting that in context, last week we received that water master plan that showed, based on their analysis and the asset management plan analysis right now, that we would be looking at the long-term financial plan supporting about $4.1 million a year in contribution and investment in those capital assets. So part of what we'll bring you next week is some options for building up to that. And that's not necessarily something that's going to happen within one financial plan. It might be over 10 or 15 years that you build towards that with a really long view on building out a financing plan for the water infrastructure and all of the other infrastructure in the city. It just happens that we've got those 2 early water master plans. The drinking study plan will also be providing some input into that, just in terms of the assets for resiliency, right? So here we have assets that are related to current service delivery. How many belts and suspenders do you have in place for our water system? And it's a critical area. So you do want to invest in some amount of that. So hopefully that study will help inform how much of that we need in place and how much you can rely on neighboring jurisdictions to do that. Does everybody need to have that resiliency, or is there a way to share some of the costs related to resiliency within the region? So we'll bring that back. For now, that's what's in the plan. And that's the end of water. Is there any other questions on the water fund before I move into sanitary sewer? Okay. Okay, looking at sanitary sewer, again, the components that we'll look at in there is infrastructure costs. What we'll see is one of the most significant costs is the RDN wastewater treatment requisition. It's a big number. It's bigger this year than I expected. So trying to come up with some estimates around that. Treatment and disposal, the costs related to lift stations and the collection system. So providing this bylaw format again, where we can look at what are our ongoing activities and how are we funding those, and then what are our non-recurring or one-off type items. And you can see that the surplus from operations and sewer in terms of what's available towards capital and reserve transfers is quite healthy here. And we are actually starting with a $50,000 surplus at the current rate structure, which was, if you recall, a 3% increase for sewer. So we'll go through the bits and pieces of this, but you can see that the most significant increases in that column showing the dollar increase from 2024 is the requisition for the RDN wastewater on our property taxes, and then the treatment and disposal number on the expenditure side, which not coincidentally are the same number. So that's a big change. And as much as that balances on this statement, it does mean a significant increase for our residents, both through the RDN requisition and through our own sewer rate increases. You can see that the contribution from the ongoing amounts is about 370,000 with about 320,000 deficit from the non-recurring. What I will say, and we'll walk through this, is the RDN meeting isn't until next Tuesday. So if that number changes, it'll get updated in here, but will likely net to zero since we'll have a requisition of that amount and an expenditure of the same. The proposed capital expenditures only about 50,000 higher than 2024, so not a significant amount. Similar transfers from reserves and transfers to reserves. So there's not a lot of change in the sanitary sewer fund, other than, as we noted with water, just receiving that information with respect to the master plan and how we might want to change up rates or change the structure of rates to address that long-term financial contribution to asset renewal. Looking at revenue, so this is reflecting a 3% increase, which is about $6 to $7 per year for our residents. So about 50 cents a month related to that 3% increase. The sewer rates are based on water consumption. So when we see a change dropping down in water, we're also seeing a drop in sewer. So our revenue is less than projected for 2024. So again, we'll look at the model used for estimating the water revenue, and that might cause a tweak to the sewer model as well. But for now, this is what we're projecting as revenue for 2025 at about 2.2 million. And in addition to this that we bill directly, there's a requisition amount on parcel taxes or on property tax notices to our residents that comes through the RDN related to the wastewater requisition. Any questions on the sewer rates?
The previous slide.
Yes, thank you. So what are the big capital expenditures there that we have?
375,000 in 2024 and 429.
Yeah, what are those for?
What are they for? Well, right now, we'll get to the capital expenditure slide, but the project hasn't been identified for this year. If you recall, say 2 years ago where we did the Moss Avenue project, we try and synthesize those projects. So we're doing roads and water and storm and sewer all at the same time. And so we're waiting for all of those master plans to come together to identify the priority projects. So right now we just have that funding envelope that is identified so that we kind of have that year-over-year consistency. There are a couple of other small projects and we'll go through those when we get to the capital slide, if that's okay. Okay, this is the wastewater requisitions. So it's increasing from 3.5 million in 2024 to over 4 million in 2025. So about a $500,000 increase, which equates to about 15%. The graph is self-explanatory. It increases at a pretty steep line year over year. And I believe the largest part of that is the escalation of costs at the French Creek Pollution Control Center. And it's also something that is critical infrastructure. So as we see with many of these projects, there isn't really an opportunity to turn back. You kind of need to keep going forward, or at least to get it the basics done. So I believe that's the scenario there. And I know that a lot of this is also being funded with DCCs on the RDN end. So it's less than it could be otherwise because of that regional funding that comes from DCCs there. But it's still a very significant increase in the current year. For your information, this is how the costs are split out on the requisition is based on usage. And you can see that Parksville is about 48%. And then our kind of other jurisdictions neighboring here, these don't change too much year over year. All of them are within kind of 3/4 of a percentage point of the previous year, plus or minus. So we tend to be about the same proportionate share. I believe this is provided by the RDN quarterly. So this reflects up to the end of September.
If you could just back up.
Yeah, for sure.
If I'm not correct, the Surfside allocation there, I believe is referring to the Surfside subdivision north of Qualicum Beach. Is that not? It's not the Surfside that we have right here in Markham.
Oh, I don't know that. One would assume that that would be.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah, because Surfside is outside of the town of Qualicum Beach.
Okay.
But it's still part of the RDN. So Surfside, just in case someone's saying, wow, that's a lot for, that's not our Surfside here. That's the subdivision of Surfside. Yeah, just wanted to clear that.
Okay. Yeah, they have two functions at the RDN. There's the northern communities and the southern communities. So that makes sense if that's what it was. Okay, looking at operating expenditures for the sewer fund, you can see that administration and collection haven't changed significantly over the prior year. Administration, we've got an increase in training there, as I referenced earlier, as well as just every year we allocate management time and supervisor time based on what has happened recently, but also on the work plan for the subsequent years. So Simon and his staff have spent a lot of time kind of laying out what's going to happen next year and trying to really nail down what the percentages of staff should be assigned to sanitary sewer versus water and things like that. So we really try and work hard at not just allocating some amount, but really trying to be accurate with that. So each year there's a tweak on this, so that can change why it may be higher or lower than the previous year. The collection system, again, a 3% change, not too much, given that our wage increase in 2025 per the collective agreement is 3.5%. So that would be kind of consistent with inflation on costs and those wage increases as well. On the lift station maintenance, Craig Bay and Martindale Road lift stations, we've got some significant maintenance projects there. And so that reflects that $22,000 increase in those, which goes down in the subsequent year because it was just in 2025. On the minor capital side, a continuation of the sewer video inspection program, which is also done on the storm sewer side in the general fund, an allocation of about $50,000 per year for each of those. And that's really to inform where there might be work that needs to be done and staying ahead of those catastrophic failures, but also helps to inform the asset management plans as to timing of various projects. The sewer master plan that was in 2024 is finished now. You received that last week, so that doesn't carry on. And then we have a couple of contingency items there in minor capital as well. A works adjacent to development. If there's someone that's developing something near some sewer infrastructure that it would make sense to do the works while the ground is open, then we try and have some contingency funding available for that, as well as just a general contingency of $10,000. As you can see, we fund that with a carry forward reserve. So in 2025, for those two contingency items, there isn't incremental cost because it's just funded with that carry forward because it wasn't used in 2024. If, however, between now and the end of the year, we use some of that contingency, we'll see an adjustment in the carry forward amount in the current year. On the capital side, you can see that there's some upgrades to the Martindale pump station of $54,500. And then there's the $375,000 annual infrastructure amount, which, as I noted, the project hasn't been identified or projects for next year and waiting to synthesize those various master plans. Or there may be items that get identified through the video inspection as well that may be done more urgently, but that's that amount where we have the contribution to reserve, and this is funded by reserves for a net amount each year so that there's a commitment to that infrastructure at that level each year. With everything in 2025 is funded by the capital reserve. When we see 2026 is when the PLC renewal portion related to sewer happens, and that's $75,000, and it's funded by gas tax. So you see that in 2026. Any questions on capital? Okay, that takes us to reserve transfers related to sewer, where we have, as I just noted with respect to capital, funding various projects with the capital reserve as a result of putting $375,000 per year into the capital reserve makes it available to fund those projects. And then just the one project, the PLC, being funded by gas tax or community building fund reserve. What we saw last week was that the master plan and staff analysis related to asset management is recommending about a $2.3 million investment as compared to the $375,000 that we do currently. So again, wanting to look as we move forward at the rates and the rate structure around sewer to work towards ultimately starting to be funding the cost of that infrastructure as part of the service delivery, so that in any one year, users of these utilities are paying the full cost of that service delivery, which includes paying a portion of the infrastructure that we might not be replacing this year, but they're using up some portion of it that ultimately does need to be replaced. So I think it's good to think of that in every year we should be fully costing that.
Go ahead, Councilor Jordan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I'm really looking forward to that presentation, Jetta, where you'll provide us some magic funding sources.
Magic is going to be needed.
Yes, for the investments that we need to make into our capital reserves, either for water or for the sewer, sanitary sewer. Because the numbers we are looking at are about 9 to 10 times more than what we are putting aside right now. And I think the mayor, other councilors have spoken about this before. User fee, maybe we can increase a little bit, whatever, but I personally think, and this is, coming back to the same question over and over again, this funding source from the province and the higher government need to come to the municipalities. The current funding model is not sustainable. It's making really housing unaffordable for people who already have housing. We're kind of making it really, really unaffordable. Just wanted to point that out. I am really looking forward to some of the options you will be presenting. These are huge figures that we are looking at. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I think one of the things with the long-term infrastructure plans is that if you start putting money aside the year you put it in the ground, it's affordable. It's just that a lot of municipalities, a lot of things got built in the mid 1900s. And then here we are 70 years later and people are trying to catch up and it is very unaffordable. So trying to find a balance, perhaps with an assumption of a grant level and you put aside the rest. I mean, there's a number of different ways you can make assumptions and do analysis on that basis. And we're going to try and be creative about that. I think the important thing that Parksville Council has done is that you've got started. So at least there's something. We're not starting from zero. We're starting from somewhere. There's other municipalities that are still trying to get started and there's others that are way further along. So I think if the conversations are still happening and we're making progress on it, and even if the assumptions change every few years, I think the important thing is to be putting something towards it, because all of that gives council flexibility in its decision-making on how it can move forward with those, including considering using debt instead of reserves, right? I mean, there is always that option. There's just different ways to look at it philosophically. There's different people in our community that are going to feel differently about it, right? There's seniors that are going to say, I paid for it when it got put in. And there's younger people that are going to say, I can't afford to have a house because it's too expensive, right? And so we've got to try and balance those to find a way that it's affordable while still being financially sustainable and being realistic about what does it really cost for our sanitary sewer service, and to put ourselves in a place where we're not on the headlines of the catastrophic failure, right? So having staff that is trying to prioritize projects and look at the most urgent and putting council in a position to have funding choices, whatever those might be. So just really want to try and bring that to you. But I think the fact that you've started with something is going a long way. It's just the numbers are bigger than that, and we need to try and provide you with choices around how you can move towards that.
Thanks, Jed. And further to Councillor Gore's comment about making it affordable for our residents, with their homes that they already have. Recognize, of course, there is the proposal for deferring taxes. Of course, I think it's 55 plus for those people, but that's deferring your property taxes. This does not include deferring your utilities. And the sewer and the water are the two big ones that Jed is warning us about right now, rightfully so. But we got to be careful about this one here, because this has the impact of creating very strong impact on our people that are deferring their taxes. Now they're going to be taxed out of their house by a utility instead of their property taxes. So the suggestion that perhaps because the capital costs are rising so dramatically, this may be the time that we start to look at, borrowing, as a borrowing method of payment of this, and then relying on the reserve, as a backing of that borrowing, because the costs are just becoming so horrendous. So we have to be careful if we continue to raise the utilities, all the time, and recognizing the master plans we had in sewer and water wasn't really great news, suggesting exactly as you say that we're definitely in a deficit right now. And so if we're not putting it away in reserves, we're going to be in trouble. But if a major project comes along that has to be fixed, it may be best reckoned with by borrowing against that. So.
Right. Yeah. And I think, as we've seen in the past, sometimes the cost of borrowing is more than the saving cash flow wise, right?
Mm.
So your repayment of the debt actually causes a higher rate increase than had you actually put the money aside. So it's a challenge. It's a really challenging scenario as to what assumptions you move forward with. And maybe it's a combination of things. Maybe it's a parcel tax on the property tax notice that can be deferred and a smaller increase, or perhaps there's a larger minimum amount. But I think we need to do something because we want to at least get closer to the ballpark of where that long-term financial sustainability is for the city. And yeah.
You just mentioned something, I didn't recognize that. Yeah, a parcel tax could be on part of the property tax instead of doing it on a utility.
Right.
Actually pick it up and then they can defer it. Okay.
Yeah.
And plus putting away reserves.
And the
Okay,
other thing to
that
keep in
makes me
mind
feel-
is,
yeah, that's a good point.
yeah,
Thank you.
families with children can also defer their taxes.
Oh, is it okay?
Yeah, there is
Okay.
a program for that as well. So,
Just cost more interest. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Martin, you had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jetta, this idea of getting grants and applying for grants, is there any grants, such a thing, where they say, you know, you're saving, we're doing this right now, that you would equal that? Like a grant that could share, like, you know, you put so many dollars and you have equal
Mhm.
dollars, that sort of a thing? Is there a formula like that ever presented
well, there isn't really.
for
but
infrastructure?
What I have done in some years is used grant funding so that the reserves can stay, right? So rather than use up our capital reserves, is to say, let's use the gas tax instead, because it has to be spent within a time frame. And let's let our capital reserves build and compound interest and all the things that go with that. So you can swap dollars out. The other thing that I will remind council of is that with most of the grants, and it becomes increasingly restrictive each year, is if we're not doing the work to build our reserves and to do our asset management, we're not even in the ability to apply for grants. It's becoming less and less that you can. So unless you can tick the box that you're making progress on your asset management, that you're building towards a long-term financial plan that is sustainable, you lose the opportunity to get the grants at all. So it's a little bit, yeah, you have to do both. And what you hope for is that you do what you can in building your sustainable long-term financial plan, and then you get the grants whenever you can. And it just makes it all easier, right? It allows you to leave that money in the reserve to earn more compound interest, which then when you kind of revisit what you need to contribute every year might mean that in the 5th year, hey, we don't have to contribute as much each year because we were able to get those grants. So that's really what it looks like. It's not something that we say, it's $100,000 a year for 50 years and that doesn't change. It's a matter of revisiting that all the time to say we were very successful in this 5-year period with grants. That only needs to be $75,000 a year right now. So it is something that's a living document that needs to reflect the circumstances, but we know in order to be in the game for grants, we need to be doing this work and showing a commitment towards financial sustainability.
Through the mayor, in that tax deferral situation, you mentioned about it being on parcel tax and so on. There's one for people with children and so on. Are there other tax deferral options out there? I just realized I don't know the robust tax deferral program, and I get how it helps like individuals to further tax for not paying up front, but in cases too, or like the city needs to take in revenue to fund all the things that we do. When we allow for tax deferrals, we don't access that money until later on down the line. So how does that work with us? You know, if everyone could defer their taxes.
Yeah.
You get paid
By,
by
so the province lends it. And so,
Yeah, we don't.
so there is a financing component to it where then people are like, you mentioned that if you defer your tax when you have children, you pay a higher servicing fee of it.
Yeah,
Could you
none of
explain a
that-
little bit more? Maybe I just need a little bit more
Yeah.
for another day, but.
None of it impacts the city. We get the amount that we have billed a resident for their taxes. We get 100% of that, but the resident would pay interest ultimately when they sold their property or that kind of thing. It would be a lien on their property. But there are deferrals for seniors, for families with children and those living with disabilities. And so there are programs by the province. It's all completely administered from the province. Although as with most of the provincial programs, there is support here at this level, but it's all administered. And it only, you could go and pay it out. If you won the lottery, you could go and pay out your deferral, or it would be paid out on sale of the property.
Do you think then, just to put maybe just a pie in the sky idea out there for council, something to maybe down the UBCM kind of line of things, is if we're going to be funding asset management for down the line, if we were to issue a parcel tax directed at asset management and allow everyone to defer those taxes, because it's money we're not spending it immediately. We're looking to spend it, 30, 40 years down the line. So we don't need to have the money sit in the bank, but we do need to have the money accounted for. So if you had an asset management tax, parcel tax, and then allow everyone to defer it, at some point it'll be paid out, but the province can recognize then that we would have that money put aside, because asset management, it's fairly new. Like you mentioned, like in the 1950s and 60s, they weren't doing this. But just as a way that you could account for that money, not put the burden on people immediately to have to pay it, but still show that that's being something that you're working towards, and have the province say, yeah, since this is a cost that everyone's going to be, taking on, that will recognize that it'll come due, 20 or 30 years, something like that. At some point, it's guaranteed to come out.
So you need province buy-in on.
It would, because I imagine those criteria of having children, the programs for children, or tax deferral for certain age groups or so on, is something that's, with the blessing of the province.
Right,
It's not
yeah.
something that we would be the ones to determine that eligibility, but maybe in the sense of asset management being new, if we, let the province know, hey, look, we're serious about this, but we don't want to burden people with the costs up front, because like you say, we pay as new infrastructure gets built, but then we also want to account for down the line in the future. Well, it's maybe it's kind of like putting an IOU in there instead of putting the cash in right away. Because when they sell their home, that's the time when they can, take the profits out of the increase of the value and so on. They can afford it more rather than like right now.
Isn't the province is supposed to put the money right away? It will come.
However, just the idea that if we were to say to them, look, wouldn't it be nice that if we could, stretch over time, and since this is a kind of asset management is fairly new, we'd also like that there could be a tax deferral for asset management funding to come, and put it out there for everyone, not just with children, not just for certain age groups, but on that particular portion of the tax.
Mhm.
I just was thinking, like, this is just rolling through my head right now, so I haven't thought it through or anything. I'm just putting the bug in your ear and to think.
Do the extraordinary increase. But that's why we need to, because it's not just that, like this like sewer line down the road anymore, that's now a $5 million job.
Sure, yeah, because if you're gonna be having a fund like astronomical crisis now and be also kicking in for down the line, it's a big hit. So to help absorb that by. And then maybe you can also then better support asset management when you're not having to put the money forward right away. So maybe that's something for future EBCM type of ideas or something to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That, to me, you brainstorm here, just like Councillor Frass has just done. It would really be helpful for young people starting out even. If that's the case, people would be able to have more ownership, because if they look at their taxes and all the extra costs, that adds up, right? Qualification even to buy a house. And isn't that sort of the Canadian dream? Everyone to own their own place, that would help encourage that. That's all. It's a very good idea. Thank you.
Okay. That's it for me today, for water and sewer. I would just, I don't think the crowds came today that we might have expected to listen to the presentation. I don't know, Amanda, is there anything online for questions or? No. Okay. I think that's it till Wednesday morning then, unless there's any other questions.
Any other questions at this time, folks? Okay. Water, sewer. And do we have any members of the public attending today that would like to make a comment, a question to council regarding anything to do on the financial plan? Is there anybody online, Amanda, that is following? Okay. Thank you. Seeing none. Mover and seconder for adjournment. Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Martin. We're adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, staff. Okay. Okay, if you want to stay, you can. Thank you.